Heyo, what up? We have a lot to do today. I will show you exactly what we have to do today. And it is a lot. It's a lot of small things though. I really don't think we're gonna have a problem doing it. We just need to... I need to get it all written down. Okay. This is the bug we need to fix. That's one thing. I'm gonna do that right away. We need to add in hazard support for rectangles and capsules. And I'll show you what I did with capsules, because I went home and I was like, I don't know the math behind this. Are there any like functions that can help me? And I solved it in like 60 seconds. It was actually really easy to do. So I'll show you what I did with that. We need to write up hazard documentation. Hazard technical documentation. We have restoration stations. Should be easy. Oh, we need to, like I said, a lot of like small things to do today. Placeholder icons for hazard, effects. Finish basic hazard UI. At least from what I can remember. Before I went to sleep and forgot it all. But yeah, it's like a lot of small things. I don't know. I don't think anything specific here will take me more than an hour each. It's just we have 6 things to do. And we usually stream, 7-ish hours. Now, I was hoping we'd have something fun to talk about today. Because there was a big Fallout announcement that was, going around. They're like, there's a countdown to this big announcement. And it just ended up being the finale of the TV show of the 2nd season. It was like, no Fallout 3 remaster? Anyone? Oh. Spilled a little bit. How you doing, Ruben size? Shush. Extra much. Alright, let's fix the bug first. Bug fix first. Bug fix. Where's the bug? BPC. Not here, idiot. Stupid idiot. Blueprints. Player effects. BPC. You're doing good? I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I know. Nothing big. Nothing bad. Another day not being on Epstein's list. Hey, every day's a good day to not be anywhere near those documents. I can tell you that. I don't have to go on news and talk about how I gave my wife an STD because I slept with some hooker. Relief or disappointment? I would hope. I would hope that it is the former, not the latter. I was grabbing a ref, right? No. Yeah, we don't break through that. So what we'll do is, as long as it's not equal to current element index. We can then go in and decrement. Thought the money made would never cover my trauma therapist and a few apartments. Can anybody even afford one apartment these days? Says, do you need a better shovel for this hole you're digging? You need to hit up Obi or Castorama. He's so Polish, he knows our stores. Jesus Christ, look how ugly that looks. That's a bit better. Woke up today and chose dark humor. Man, that's the best kind, isn't it? Yeah, this should work. This should work. I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna assume that it works. Let's just mark that as done. Okay, hazard support for rectangles and capsules. I'll tell you what I made. So I went home and I was like, I do not know how I'm going to make these capsules. And I was really scared. I'm like, I have to come in tomorrow and I have to look really smart. So I need to figure out how I'm going to do the capsules first. It turns out it was like 60 seconds of work and I was able to solve the problem. So it was actually a lot easier than I thought. That is how we can get the closest point along our capsule. We're only going to tick it while the player is actually inside of it, though. But this way we can get the proximity to a more like capsule source for a hazard, if we ever need the proximity for something. I'll show you what it is. I thought it would be like super complicated, and it was literally just world location, world up vector, and then there's this really, really handy scaled capsule size without hemisphere. And we just take that, we then also invert it, add it to the original world location, and therefore we're taking the center point and then firing out in either direction, either the up vector or the down vector, and then ending when we hit the start of the hemispheres. So, and then we can just find closest point on segment. Literally that easy. It was way, way easier than I thought it would be. I was ready to come into work today and just do like some crazy trigonometry math, and it was, nope, just a few nodes. Easy game. So we're going to take that methodology and we're going to make a hazard capsule. And then a rectangle too. And the rectangle will be a little bit more interesting. We just need to get the longest side and basically run this same thing, but on its longest side. We'll get to that one afterwards, though. Let us make a child. Hazard capsule. I'm just going to replace this with capsule, because pretty much everything else is the same except for proximity. Instead of running this, we need to run this here. And then we can plug this into our distance. Here. We'll want to replace the scaled sphere radius max with the capsules. Let's add the capsule here. Scaled capsule radius. So it's a little bit more beefy. But I don't think it's anything too crazy. Try to limit the spaghetti there as much as we can. I don't think it really worked, but, you know, gotta try. Alright, we'll give this a test run just to see what this is printing out. Let's change this to our begin and end overlap for capsule. And I think everything else should remain the same, except for... No, everything should remain the same. Everything should remain the same. Let's give it a test. I'm gonna have this printing... our player proximity. My sphere is still inside there. Okay, now we're good. Oh, and make sure that the hazard capsule is visible in game for now. I did notice that these are not equal, though. I think I scaled in the wrong direction. Yeah, there we go. So basically, our distance, our proximity to the center shouldn't really change just by moving completely parallel. You can see here. And it's only really going to dramatically change when we are actually starting to get close to the center, to the core. So it should remain about that 1 point or 0.18, 0.19. And here it'll start to approach 1. Yeah, it's perfect. What's my debug doing? Why are we ticking down? I just noticed that it's doing something weird. You have a current effect? Oh, that's weird. What's the default on this? Solar health, 0 damage per tick, 0 ticks to apply. I wonder if it's because it has 0 ticks to apply. We should probably handle initialization of an event with 0 ticks, since that would be an invalid. Hazard data. Oh yeah, I don't have the current number of ticks, do we? But I can do source valid ticks, that's right. Okay, if it's valid, do a quick check, hazard ticks, as long as it is greater than 0. Otherwise, we can pull down and do the remove invalid. That should prevent that from showing up. We should be able to see it pretty easily. Yeah. It just does not initialize the effect at all. Perfect. We fixed 2 bugs. Okay, hazard support for capsules is in. We now need support for rectangles. Or a box collider in this case. Okay, begin overlap, end overlap. My thinking is as follows. We know what the longest side or where like the center line runs on the capsule. We know, of course, where, you know, the center point of a sphere is. we could either just grab, I'll draw over here, we could either just grab the center of the rectangle, but I think that only really works when the rectangle is closer to equidistant sides, equal length sides. For things that are more elongated, this doesn't really work too well. So my thoughts are we can do the same thing here where we find the longest side, the longest axis. And then we can use I mean, if we're thinking in just 2 dimensions, it's easy because I can just find out where, like, the length of this times 2 and subtract. So if, like, this is our x and, like, let's say this is our y. I think it's the other way around. But we could take x minus 2 times y, because then we would find the point where this makes a square. Or I guess it would just be 1 times y. But it would be, no, it'd be half y. So x, we find that we get this point and we fire in this direction for .5x minus 0.5y. End up here, and then we can do the same thing in this direction. And then we can find the nearest point along that segment. If that makes sense. The only thing is, does that work then for z as well? Because I think it would then just align... Well, we'd have to change which vector we're grabbing based on which axis is the dominant one. Yes, we would. We would have to either do the forward, right, or up vector. Gonna complain about this. Let's get a ticking first. We have a ticking the player proximity. We're gonna keep that. Distance to player. We just don't need to know our segment start and segment end. Well, for sure we need the origin. I don't know if I can get... If there's like some get scaled... Just get scaled box extents, so we're gonna have to do it ourselves. And I like... What might be the most efficient way to select the maximum here? So I can grab the maximum, but that doesn't really... tell me which one it is. I'd have to do like a select. I guess I could do like a greater than, and an and. But it feels like there's a simpler way to do that. I mean, for sure, this will tell us if X is the greatest. Otherwise, we know Y and Z are one of those is potentially larger. We can then check if Y is greater than Z. Otherwise, if that's false, then Z is for sure the greatest. And we would work backwards, wouldn't we? Otherwise, false, select, true, false. Well, that's just a little bit of spaghetti, isn't it? It's horrible. Oh my god. It should be simple though, it's just some float math. We need to take box, we need to get up vector, get right vector, get forward vector. Now what's our XYZ here? Would X be our forward vector? Forward, right, up. XYZ. We'll draw like a debug line here. Just so we can visualize the start and end. Start point would be world location plus What did we say? 0.5 on the longest. It would for sure be the second longest that we would want to do the 0.5 on, like this. Assuming this is really shallow. Middle. Yeah, plus 0.5 on the longest, because that'll fire us up to here. Depending on the vector that we need to use here, and then minus half of this. Because this creates a box like this, right? And 0.5 puts us here. And we do the same thing on this side. Yeah, it sounds right. Wish we knew what the second longest was. We also still don't know which axis is actually the longest one here. I'm grabbing it, but I'm not knowing it, and that's the problem. I might need to make like a macro. I can always shove it into a macro when we're done, but I need to redo this. I suppose I could. Let's do it simply. First, determine the longest side. If this is true, we're at our X. If this is true, it's our Y. If this is false, it is our Z. Did we make spaghetti? Yes. Do I care? Yeah, a little bit, yeah. I kind of do. doesn't look good. Couldn't I then plug into... Because we know that it's X. What's even the point of this when I could just make a fucking enum and just set it that way? What are we doing? Because then I can just grab it from here. Why did I choose the hardest, most annoying way to do this? Oh my god. Seriously. There's a max and is there like a... I can do like a max, right? Is there like a middle? Like the one that's not the max and not the min? Would be really funny. There's no way that there's anything like that though. In math float. But now I'm curious. Loge. What the fuck's a loge? Pulsating scalar value. Oh, that's interesting. That's not related to what I'm looking for right now, but that is very interesting. There's some pretty interesting math functions. Some that I just didn't even know existed. Pretty cool. If we know what the longest side is, we can use that to... Yeah, we can use that. We can do that. So we'll first grab that. Because then we can just say, okay, depending on this, the second longest side and we could even run this side initialization on begin play for this actor if we want. Because we don't need to run it every time we grab proximity. I don't really expect that we would be changing this actor during runtime, like the extent of it. If we know that X is the largest, then we really just need to check, is Y greater than Z? If true, Y. If false, Z. If Y is the greatest, then we need to check if X is greater than Z. If true, X. False, Z. Otherwise, we check if Z is the greatest, is X greater than Y? If true, X. If Y. Well, it doesn't look good, but it is relatively efficient spaghetti. It is a lot of very, very fast math for this spaghetti. And we have our two, we actually have all the lengths ordered properly. And now in hindsight, could I have done this with like a quick array and map? Yes. But I feel like this is a little bit more elegant. Just ugly looking. Not the best that we're gonna get it. Yeah, this could be run on begin play. We don't really need to be doing this every damn time. And we'll make these into global variables. And then in here we can delete this. Not all of it. This. These. Okay, okay. Alright. Alright. How's it going, Jax? What up? Happy yes, Wednesday. That's the day it is today. Happy New Year! Oh my god, it's like That's like 30 days ago. Okay, so it was 2 or 0.5 longest side, world location, plus 0.5 longest side minus 0.5 second longest side. And then times the... Wait. Hold on a second. World location. We need to multiply that by the vector. Right? You building a game engine, it's weirdly so complicated if you want to make it highly modular. You don't enjoy building games, you enjoy those internal systems. Hey. Every engine needs an engine programmer. Actually, more than one. What kind of systems in the engine do you have made already? A working node editor. What are you gonna do for the rendering, out of curiosity? Are you gonna use something open source like Ogre? Or maybe I should use different terminology, because you're not wrong. The graphics rendering engine. Might be a more proper terminology. Second longest side, we can do the same thing here. Do a select node. Times 0.5. Or divided by 2, whichever one you want. Is that gonna give us what we want? Don't we want to... I feel like we only want to be plugging that into the right... part here. Maybe we're fine. Maybe it's okay. It's a little bit of copium, but... or hopium. But let's create the bug first and then we can fix it. They're in real source code today and they use subsystems for everything. They use distributed systems. They do use a lot of subsystems. And then on top of that, of course, you can just make your own too to work alongside them. Really nice. Okay, box location plus half of the longest side minus half of the second longest side times the longest vector and then we would have to do that plus the location. Negate that. Not our segments start and end. We'll see. Can I show my game? Yeah, it's just level block out right now, so it's nothing spectacular. We are working on our beautiful corner as we speak. But right now we're just level block out. And I'm working on some mechanics. I do not see my line. Oh, because it wouldn't have been ticking until we were inside of it anyway. We're in a game studio. I have worked in 4 game studios before. Yes, 4. I wouldn't say, well, I'm not a programmer. So there's a lot that I don't do very well with programming. I'm a designer by trade. Unfortunately though, if you ask like, hey, go tell your random game designer to go make, you know, a new studio. Well, we aren't programmers and we're not artists, so we kind of struggle there. We're meant for larger teams. So there's a lot that I have to learn here working in such a smaller indie setting. But it's good. It's good like generalist training. But I do kind of miss just being able to sit down for like 2 years, 3 years straight and just design games. It's a little bit less exciting though than this. This is more exciting. But I do struggle a bit more here. And that's a good thing. Yeah, we could have just multiplied this by negative. We wouldn't even have to do the whole thing. But I think I need to do the addition at the end. You know, so working in a software company, I have no freedom. It's weird, like, as a game designer, because you have a lot of freedom. That's not a good thing in a lot of cases, though. You have a lot of responsibility, just because one decision that you make, like let's do X instead of Y, can shift the entire team's focus. It can ruin a game. So it's a tough position to be in versus, you know, being like, let's just say a 3D artist where you make a mistake with a mesh. Not the end of the world. You know, code, you have to do a lot of, you refactor anyway, but there's still some room for mistake and some room for going back and fixing things. But oftentimes with your game design, you have to commit to a choice early on that will shape the entire direction that your game is going to take. And if you commit to the wrong direction, you end up with a subpar or even ruined game. Like, why would the designers have ever thought that this would be fun? It's like, well, because you have to make the decision on what's going to be fun for your game before your game even exists. You have to assume that what you're thinking and what you're designing and writing on paper is actually going to be enjoyable. And, you know, that's not an assumption that you can really make. There's no designer that has perfect clairvoyance for that. I mean, you jump into prototyping, you can realize pretty quickly if something isn't as enjoyable as you thought, but at some point, you have to commit. You have to say, okay, well, what are we doing? You tried this, you tried that, which one are we actually going forward with? And you don't always make the right choice. If you know, if it was easy, every game would be perfectly designed and amazingly fun and sell like hotcakes because people would not be able to put it down. And unfortunately, that is not the case. I'll do one thing. I'll make it last longer so it doesn't flicker in like that. Still flickering a little bit. Is that actually correct? It looks like it's pulling into the sides too much. But maybe that's just me hallucinating it. This amount here should be, so this amount in red should be equal to that. It does not look right. Mm-hmm. 。 What if we try to scale this up in a more calculable way? We know that it is 25 in length. Let's set this to 30. Second longest side is 10, so if we scale this to 5, that doesn't look right. That might be more proper. I'm thinking that the box's default 32 extent is not giving us accurate metric measurements here. Change that to 20, 10, 5. Okay. Meaning that a box of 10, beautiful, so a box of 5 will be half of that. So the purple line should come up right to the edge of this, and I'll move it out a bit so that we can see the gap. You know, maybe it is right. Maybe it is right. At least in this vector it is. Yeah, I think it actually is right. Okay. Let's switch the scalings of this a bit. We'll go 25. Should fire up and down. That is not up and down. And confirm. Not up and down. It should be using its up vector because it is... Oh, we aren't actually calculating the longest sides. Hold on. Okay, it is firing up and down. Not really in the way that I wanted it to. It does not look correct. Oh, and now I ruined this too. Ah, wonderful. Okay, so before I fixed the bug, it looked good. Now it does not look good. Beautiful. The bug was actually the solution. Our longest should be Z. Wait, on this box? No, that's not the right one. This longest side X, second longest Y. That's correct. It's 20, 10, and 5? Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, but you know what I am? I'm grabbing the box extent and halving it. We don't need to do the half. Because the extent is already halved. In my mind, I was thinking of the whole side length, but the extent is already halved. Or not, now it's borked. Oh, why would that be? The entire side is 10. We fire in this direction by 10 minus 5. So we get the world location. We're adding everything in. Time to debug, yeah. I think what it is that I'm adding everything into the. I'm doing it in a really weird way. I have the right information here. I just feel like I'm doing the wrong thing with it. Come on, Buster D. How am I doing? I'm doing okay today. How are you? Longest side minus second longest. This is the extent, so it's already halved. We multiply that by the proper vector. we add, multiply and add. I'll make it look prettier once we get the line drawing right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it was just, I was doing things in the wrong order. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Now we're talking. Oh, I think I'm gonna come. Okay, let's try it on the other vector real quick. We'll do 1025. They're all oriented, they have no rotation. We are dynamically deciding the rotation, or I guess the way to fire the line, the vectors, based on the longest sides. Now, if we have a square, it should really just kind of return the center. It shouldn't draw much of a line. We might just see a little purple dot at the center. Yes. That's good, that's fine. And if we just scale it up a little, we'll see like this really tiny line. Perfect. So now what we can do is draw, debug, sphere. You know, I'm gonna do it here. This will be get player character, get world location. I'll do the mesh, or the capsule. Radius of 25, segments 12, line color, make it green. Duration. Thickness. Hold on. Not this. Draw it here. Get closest point. Find closest point on segment, point. Start, end, draw. Aha! Now we don't have to grab this in real time. We only need to query it when it's actually relevant. But this will tell us the player's proximity to the source. Which for like this, you know, if we think like this is a big irradiated rock that we're using just a box collider to determine, we can grab how close is the player to that source. Got a new bed yesterday. Your body has to adapt to it, but it's way more comfortable. Got a lot of bugs fixed yesterday in one of my projects. Damn. AI with nav mesh movement for physics-based characters in an adventure. Nav mesh stuff is always kind of obnoxious, isn't it? It's beautiful. It's working. We don't need this though. We do need to... Yeah, we can delete this. Segment end, segment start. And then we need a new range max. The range max here would be... What would it be? Distance between the player... We use the scaled capsule radius here, but that's because the radius is equal. I think here we would have to use... I don't know. We get the player's closest... We find the closest point to this and we calculate, like, so let's say the player is here. Then we're drawing to here. It's easy if we can just draw like a, you know, something around this, but here we have not a very friendly object to determine the player's... And we can't normalize with the longest side because the longest side is... We'd almost have to draw like an internal capsule. But then the radius would just be extent of second longest side, wouldn't it? So the range max for the box would be second longest side extent. Does that sound right? We're still printing the proximity. Let me pull this into the ground. Halfway. No, because then it doesn't really start until... Because, like, it's zeroing out here. that's really hard to get proximity to the point only when we're inside the box with the rectangular shape. It doesn't really work well. Change max is. I mean, right now it would be trying to grab 500 would be the distance maximum, and then inverting that. What's up, Augur? So we're taking this sphere point, but I think because of that, it's grabbing this point here, using this distance to essentially draw. And that's why in the corners we're going to end up with, I mean, it'll actually look a little bit more like that and move. So it's kind of the box proximity is actually just a capsule. Thank you for the stream. Oh, it just started. What have I done? I've just been failing fixing bugs. Actually, this is less of a bug and more of a... I'm not sure how I could handle the math any differently. We're kind of dynamically drawing a capsule. We're basically just making capsules. You know what I think we should do? Is probably just not use... We should not use box hazard. I don't see what a box hazard specifically would accomplish that a capsule or sphere couldn't do as well. Although to be fair, it's only because of the proximity. But maybe we just accept that as a quirk. That if you use the box hazard and you set it to be proximity based, it essentially just draws a capsule. They're just pretty much what it's doing. It's drawing a capsule. That's weird. I think we accept it as a quirk. Box's circle math-wise, the only difference is that box's corners are two, our radius. Just cut out pieces in between corners, so math is simple to do intensity. I mean, it makes sense to me. I don't know if there's any better way that I could do a proximity check for a rectangle than what we're doing here. The only other way we could do it is just by checking the player's distance to the proximity to like the root. I also just don't think that there's any reason, or there's no reason we would even use a box hazard with proximity, where a sphere or capsule is just way better anyway. No, we can't do center with this. Center would not work well. What we're doing is actually way better than doing the center. The center is easy. But this is much better. It just comes with the quirk of essentially being a capsule check internally. But it's only for proximity. I know you don't believe me, but it is true. It's just internally it looks something like this. But I don't think there's any use cases where a box collider that we're checking for hazard proximity is going to be more optimal than just doing a capsule or sphere check, or multiple. What are we trying to achieve? Hazards. Well, actually, we have achieved hazards, but I wanted to make it support multiple primitive types. So we now have box, capsule, and sphere hazards. And what this is showing is that for the capsule, we are dynamically calculating the player's proximity to the source, kind of like if you drew a point light and elongated the point source. The same kind of concept here. So we aren't calculating the player's proximity to the center of this capsule, but rather to the center part of the capsule to get a much better proximity reading. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. So we could do the same thing. I mean, like, calculating based on the center works, but I don't think it's very accurate because, you know, the center of it is here, and you would obtain much higher intensity here than if you were equidistant, you know, from the source on this side, if you were like standing here. So it would be really weird. So this gives much better readings. It's just that for like a big rectangle, we kind of draw the same thing and it works, but on the corners of a rectangle it gets a little bit, you know, we're missing these parts. So it's like, I just wouldn't use a box collider for proximity based hazards. I would just use multiple spheres or capsules. And the nice thing is, if we do have, so for instance, we might have like let me grab like an orange or something. Do we have an orange? Proto-orange. Beautiful. Let's say that this is a radioactive rock, right? Well, maybe it's shaped in... I'm going to delete some of this bullshit. maybe it's shaped like this, right? Like it's a big vein of radioactive material. But we want it to be considered one source. What we can do is take our capsule, our hazard capsule, and we can dupe it. And we can come down here into the... Okay, this is not the hazard capsule, but it works the same way. We can give it the same ID. And internally what happens is we check the proximity along the closest. So we take the maximum. So like, for instance, the player is closer to this one than to this one. So we take the maximum and determine that we should be using the player's proximity to the closest part of the source. So we can achieve very dynamically placed and shaped hazards while also under the hood calculating exactly which one we should be using for determining damage intensity per tick. Now do it for volume. That is kind of the intention, although I don't think if we need to really do that anymore. But I was going to use Ultra Dynamic Sky and Weather Spline to do a similar feature, but I just don't know if we need to. I don't know if our game needs that kind of complexity. So I would say it's working. Just with one small caveat to the box glider, but I'm okay with that. And it is fully functional. So we can throw down a hazard capsule. We can say 1 per ID. This is mineral radiation, which will do ablative damage. Damage per tick of 1%. Alright, it's negative 1%. Application type continuously reapply, proximity based. Remove on exit. And now we are going to be doing ablative damage over time, as you can see on the bottom. And it is proximity to that source. So if we stand right on the edge of this this capsule, we take very minimal damage to the point where it's just not even super easily calculated because it's just so negligible, but it does go down. And if we get closer to the source, it starts ticking down pretty massively. But that source is that elongated up into the hemispheres. So up in the middle until we get to the hemispheres, it is the exact same damage. Thank you. And if you don't have any ablative left, it starts doing health damage. So it is working. We need to get this into documentation. I'm going to do that once we get the... I'm going to do that once we get these two done. We're to like finish up the thing, make sure it's all working, has the UI working, and then we'll put it in the documentation. Capsule looks good. Box, we can delete this for. Use sphere on the character, check for tags, this way you don't have to need so many spheres in level. The reason is that source actors aren't specifically always spherical. Blade of day to you, how you doing? Yeah, having like we won't have that many hazards to the point where we need to have that, but this way we can have complete ID-based systems and don't need to worry about gameplay tags. And this is all handled on the player component. Do not be afraid of the spheres. They do not harm you. MVVM. And our player effects widget. We are sending 5 things. Source type, damage type, application type, proximity based, ticks left. I'm wondering if instead of sending those directly, we need to know what information we need to send, and what we need to send to the UI is a icon reference. A border color. So a linear color. And this is a texture 2D. Damage type, so the source type is the icon. Damage type was going to be the which one was going to be the border, the damage type or the application type? This was for a separate icon. Damage type is going to be the border color. Application type we intended to use for like a separate small icon to show whether it's continuous or one shot. I think we only show ticks if yeah, application type can send a boolean for B show ticks left. Proximity based, I wanted to do something with that, but we don't need to do anything with that right now. And ticks left can just be ticks left. We can just send that in directly. And convert that to text. But the Bane Trapper, I will say, you know, because I know you're so keen on the radius thing, it is what we do for capsules, but it does not work for boxes. Just for awareness. Very easy for capsules. I thought the boxes would be the easiest. They were definitely the trickiest. Sphere easiest, capsule second easiest. Boxes were kind of annoying. We'll still set proximity base, source type, damage type, application. Yeah, ticks left can just be sent in. And proximity base can just be set, but we're not going to use that right now. But we do need to convert source type and determine a texture, damage type to a color, and application. We can do select nodes for this. If we don't want to directly reference the textures here, we could always make a quick data table. But I think for right now, I'll just hard code it in the MVVM and we can just refer to it later. Or refactor it later. Let's make some super simple icons then for the different source types. Of which we have 6, 7? 7. You can see me working on a logo concept. They don't need to be big, so we'll just make them 128. Scale them down. What do we got first? Solar. The white background kind of looks like shit. I might just do a gray background. So everything stands out a bit better. Placeholder icons, people. There it is. There's our icon. It looks beautiful. Ship it. Generic radiation mineral. What would be the difference between generic and mineral? I guess we could just... We could probably just use the same icon for those right now. I have the separate source types there just in case, but we can just use the same. Little diamond icon? That's a good idea. I like that. That's hot. What's the radiation symbol look like? Just something like... Oh, no. I mean, it's not... No, it sucks. Hold on. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I have way more important things to do today than to make icons. wait, it's Alt, isn't it? To zoom in. There it is. Good enough. Mineral radiation. We have toxic gas. I'm gonna do like a I want to draw like the skull and crossbones, you know? Too much work. Hallucinogenic gas. What the fuck do I do for hallucinogenic gas? Top tier icons. Yeah, should I sell this on itch.io? I don't actually hate that. Sometimes the inspiration just hits, right? Hallucinogenic. Molten metal and fire. I mean, fire is easy, right? Molten metal. Pull some orange shit, huh? Taco Bell poop. Or that. I hope none of you are illustrators and actual artists, because this must be just infuriating watching this. This is why I'm a technical systems designer and not any sort of artistic designer. You know, when you like become a game designer, they're like, okay, choose one of two doors. You either walk down the programming door or you walk down the artist door. Pick your side. I definitely chose the programming door. I'm not even that good at it, but that's the door I chose. Sure, that's fire. I give up. That's enough art for me today. Oh my god. Somebody just dropped something and it shattered. I heard it. Rip. Art. Hazards. Icons. They look so bad. They're horrendous. Alright, source type, icon ref, texture 2D. We could just switch that to a texture 2D. We could always make a macro for this if we want. Let's get it working first and showing, and then we can start to optimize it down. Okay, damage type is a linear color. That's pretty easy. Oh, we weren't even plugging this in correctly. We have damage type to application and application to damage. I was like, wait, this isn't damage. That's good we found that there then. That looks better. Okay, health is a nice hearty red, right? Ablative and hydrogen. Hydrogen we can make like a light blue. Technically the ablative is white, but I'm gonna make it like slightly tannish. And then we can say the ferromagnetic nickel nanoparticles. Change the color a little bit. Hashtag sci-fi. An application type is a Boolean, where we can just do a select here too. This is technically imperfect and will need to be refactored. And these two we just continue to shove in. Okay, that's gonna throw some errors. That's fine, we're just gonna delete all of these anyway. We'll need a border, a image. Let's start with that. We can wrap this with a horizontal box because we're gonna want multiple, right? This is currently a vertical box. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Image underscore 69. Dude, that's amazing. What a great image. We're gonna bind the brush color. And that's going to be damage type 1. Image 69. We're going to have to rename this, unfortunately. Sorry, guys. You know how it is. Icon image. If we can specifically target the image, hopefully. N. As long as it is a texture 2D, which it should be a 2D texture. Oh. Or does not. Be a U texture or material interface. No texture 2D. Might need to reinitialize that. Oh wait, hold on. Property brush has getter access or access are not supported on F-struct property since it would create a temporary structure and we would not be able to return a valid container from that structure. The fuck does that mean? I'd probably have to make the entire brush. We can do that. What kind of type is this? Brush. Maybe a slate brush. Make brush from texture. That'll work. Let's give that a shot. It is happy with that. It is happy with the brush. Okay. MVVM is not perfect, but this is much better than the alternative, I can tell you that. Okay, and then application type is B show ticks left. So we have the ticks that are supposed to be there. I'm wondering if yeah, we can just do text, I think. $99 would likely be the max here. They would appear at double this size. Wonder if 12 was a little bit too small. Or 16. Select 1 ticks. We want to control 2 things here, which is the text and the visibility. So I have an alternative idea. But we'll start with this. I wonder if I probably have to, hold on. We don't want to do a boolean for the visibility. We'll do the slate visibility. Or widget visibility, whichever one it is. Slate visibility. Wrong one. The new Mega Grant submission window just opened. I saw that yesterday. Yeah, it was I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that for Redlock. We're very early. I doubt. I mean, there's so many talented people that haven't gotten anything. But man, if we even just like a couple $1,000 would be. It would enable a lot for us. So I don't see the harm in trying. I was trying to work 3 weeks in the video and pitch deck, only asked for the bare minimum and got rejected. Yeah. I've heard similar stories. And I've heard that even the people who do get it have often waited up to a year to get the money. So this guy who made a Source 2 style level editor for Unreal Engine got rejected. And I was watching this and seeing the things that he had added to it. How does this get rejected? You know what? This isn't working with brushes either.
I swear to God, if you open up Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm going to send Delta Force.
I'm not opening up Cauldron Chronicles today. Probably. But if a guy making that gets rejected, that's crazy to me. And we need the visibility of this too. But I think instead of be active, or we could still use that. Oh. Yeah, let's do this. Do this. Okay, if it is active, then we should set it to non-hit testable, otherwise just hide it. Don't collapse it. Did I make the default of this? Why is it showing up? There shouldn't be any active effects unless I accidentally added one for testing? Not impossible? I did add one. It should still not be visible. It's probably because we aren't actually updating it and it starts visible. So it's still reading the info. Yeah, that's probably it. These just need to be starting. Hidden. It did nothing. What's up, Mark? Quality games bring me with passion for maximum fun. That's us. And then ignoring people's advice in chat to find my own solutions to things. But that was too much to put in the tagline. It still thinks there's an effect in there. Oh no, it's just because we aren't actually ever checking if it's not empty. And we don't have a default index out, so yeah. Although if we are empty... Well, shouldn't this return a length? No, because a length would be... I see the issue. I see the issue. Current index would be 0, 3 minus... Yes, should be fine. Started implementing basic behavior trees. So long since I touched AI, I had to start from scratch. Everything doesn't abort self even when the blackboard key is set correctly. Breakpoints and print screens confirmed. Doesn't abort self even when the black is set correct. They're a little bit finicky. Are you using services and decorators? I found once I started using those, things started to work more predictably, in a good way. But understanding what they were was a little bit of a initial hump. It's still just sitting there. It shouldn't show up at all. Get out of my screen! It's in the upper right. That's what we're trying to hide. It shouldn't be visible. I don't know why it is visible. Oh, because maybe because the default is visible here, and we're still probably grabbing it. But the default is hidden. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The decorator should abort when the key is set. The key gets set, but it doesn't abort. That is weird. It is weird. Do you think maybe it's like a timing issue? I don't see how it could be though. No. I don't know enough to provide any advice other than I send you my luck and hope. Hopes and prayers. Let's test this with a hazard. Let's test it with 2 hazards. Do 2 simple spheres. We'll do solar radiation over here, health. Proximity based, X2 apply. Here we'll do a toxic gas. Elf. 1 shot. $25 tick. I thought if it's continuous, we shouldn't show the ticks to apply. And then it's not updating the visibility. Oh, I have it backwards. I have the one shot not showing ticks. Okay. That's weird though, because it says one shot should keep it. Oh, no, this is. Yeah, there we go. We know that's imperfect though. Yeah, I've never had that problem with behavior trees, though I haven't touched behavior trees in a long time. Awful long time. And then I tried jumping into state trees, and that was not great, especially when their default move to task is actually just broken. You have to make your own, and they don't tell you that, of course. Oh, probably because instead of setting just active one, we probably should also set the visibility as well. Or not? Does it ever actually even fire? Let's see. Okay, we have it active, have it active, have it active. Oh, because of course we're skipping the current index, but we could set, if we set current index to a default of -1, then anytime we have active effects, it should handle that correctly, because it'll eventually just change this to 0 or above. But here, then it'll do -1 + 1, so it'll start at the first index and loop through this correctly. Yeah. Yeah. And here we just have that being applied. It does not look pretty by any means. But what's important is that it is showing so that there is some feedback at this stage. And then once we get the proper UI design, we can just hook up the variables again and we're good to go. Okay, we need to take and duplicate this. Effect 2, effect 3, effect 4, effect 5. Have you tried state trees, Mark? By any chance? Because I think they're phasing out behavior trees, or at the very least, state trees are meant as a selective replacement that are by default a lot more optimized and are multi-threaded natively, and support Unreal's mass system natively too. Though I do think they're a little bit overboard for like super basic scenarios. What I tested. Okay, so they fill from right to left, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's put a little bit of padding between each two. This should be fine because we're not ever going to collapse them, we're just going to hide them. The trees should be the way I went. I've not looked at them at all though since... So hence, by default, the behavior trees. Need to find a decent tutorial that gives me the info I need. I really wish I had... If you ever dive back into them, I think that there are still some bugs, but maybe they were fixed in 5.7 or one of the updates. I know we were watching some other streamer that we rated working with them, and he for sure ran into the same bugs that I did, which was like just trying to get an agent to move to a location, but the default move to function does not work. Classic. Overflowing with conf. Well, to be fair, he was for some reason working on Unreal 5.4, even though 5.6 was the latest. I don't remember his reasoning, but there was some reason for it. But maybe it's fixed in 5.7. Okay, we need to duplicate all of these and just get them hooked up. Kind of boring, but shouldn't be too much trouble after that. We just hook them up here then and we're ready to go. And we'll see how it handles the shifting, like when one effect is active and another disappears. It should shift it over, since we're just building it from the array, and the array gets pulled and updated manually too. We'll start with just effect 2. Boss started vibe coding. If I can do this in a couple days, imagine a team of engineers with AI while demoing local. There's no way. Nuh-uh. Funny joke, but no. No. I would leak the Zoom call, but I want to keep my... There's no... No. I refuse to believe it. I refuse. You can't trick me. Okay, here's my super hot take though. Super hot take. You might not like this. NVIDIA is not the most popular company right now for some of their statements about certain things. I understand this. But when the CEO mentioned that the way that they integrate AI without replacing engineers, I do kind of get it. Where it's like we hire engineers to solve problems, not just to sit and code. Now, if their job involves coding, so be it. But if they can use AI to help solve problems and handle the coding and do a quick code review of that, that is a better, more efficient use of their time than just sitting and coding it all. I suppose it's like, it's just like discipline, and it's ensuring that they aren't replacing themselves with AI and are really just using this as a companion. And I do kind of understand that mentality, and I think that depending on how you build a company and manage teams and individuals, I could see it working. But I definitely just wouldn't do it. Like, hey, we're gonna hire you. You're supposed to use AI. Have fun. But it's more like hiring the best people in the industry and then giving them the best tools. Which I think has a very different outcome than we're going to hire substandard people and give them the best tools. Just to play a little devil's advocate. What they want us to not hire people at all and have the tools do all the work on their own? With NVIDIA, or do you think to like some of these companies? Because I think that there are companies like that. And whatever a CEO of NVIDIA says is not necessarily what they do, but let's say theoretically they would like to hire 10 engineers to solve problems. But if they could hire 10 engineers and couple them with AI, but ensure that that's not replacing their critical thinking, but instead accelerating their output, if that is actually possible to do, and I think that in some cases it is possible to do, then I'm fully supportive of that. From at least what he said, it was like, we have a lot of problems to solve at NVIDIA, and if we can hire engineers and couple them with AI, we're not trying to replace them, we're trying to solve more problems in the same amount of time. And again, what they say is not necessarily what they do, but I can see the reasoning. When you just subscribe to their cards? I don't know if that's possible. I'm not saying that if it were possible, they wouldn't do it, but I don't know if it is possible. I think they're in a position to say that because they literally have too much money. Maybe. Like, maybe. Online GPU streaming. Well, technically, they've had that. They've had that since GeForce Now, which is, I think, like over 10 years old. Yeah, 2015. And I remember because I bought the NVIDIA Shield tablet. With the K1 inside of it. This was a really powerful chip for tablets back in the day. Yeah, Skater is a great example of AI done properly. It's trained on the company's own people. It doesn't replace animators. It makes things go much easier to do. Yeah, and I feel like there is an ethical way to integrate and use AI in companies. But I think that company owners were first trying to cut costs, when instead their goal should be to accelerate output. And by accelerating output, you enhance your revenue stream, which ultimately minimizes cost per quarter. I think they were approaching it from the wrong way. That was quite immoral and unethical, when they should have been approaching it from the other side. Like, hey, we can make games in less time, meaning it costs less money, But we shouldn't replace people to do that. Yeah, they thought the AI agents could replace people. And I think that's a really bad way of... It's a really shitty way of looking at it, to say the least. They're like, well, why do we need to pay this talented senior animator when we could just pay an AI to do it? But it's like, no. You still pay the senior animator, but you couple him with AI tools so that instead of making 10 animations per week, he makes 20. And you ensure that he uses it in a way that doesn't, you know, reduce his skill set or his ability to do this manually if he needs to jump in. But I don't think I don't think everybody's capable of that, right? Because you can't just give a junior these AI tools and they're now going to be magically efficient or know what to do if those tools are never available or working improperly. So my worry with it, like the AI, is that it really just hurts unskilled people, the juniors, the most. And that's really, really nasty. Like, why have a senior animator and 5 juniors he directs and we can just have him? Yeah, and I think that AI does replace juniors in some cases. And that's not going to be a good thing for this industry, because senior people will retire. And then who do you have? Check out the group bindings here. But we need the vertical box, bound, the border, the icon, and this is the visibility. Visibility 2. Border is brush color. I thought we were drawing the whole brush. Maybe not. Icon is the full brush. We'll do this the easier way the next time, because doing it manually through here is not fun. And that's the ticks left to it. Give me 1 second, I'll read chat. What did I break? Being weird. You know, one guy worked on a couple of Star Trek series. He used Unreal to prototype VFX. He went from doing a couple of VFX a week to being able to do, say, 20. And show the director, and he'd pick the ones they take in After Effects for final render. It wasn't AI, but the idea is the same. He's the best tool to increase the person's output. Yeah. Supportive of that. I still think there's dangers, though, of using AI. Not that we shouldn't, but that we should be very careful how we use it and how we integrate it. One guy who owns the AI will drive it on his yacht all alone. Maybe. Why is it making both of them appear? Let's see if it's hitting both or just one of them. It is hitting both. Well, shouldn't be doing that. The length should be... Oh, because I'm doing length instead of last index. That would explain a lot. The only weird thing is here, it's not ticking the health. Until I leave that. Then it works. A weird bug. It wasn't just visual though. That was not just a visual bug. Yeah, that is not just a visual bug. Solve that. It should be a one shot, so it should just go. And we have multiple allowances, so it's missing the ticking even. It should just loop through. Brother owns a small IT company. He used to have about 10 people work for him. Now he let go most of them, so he can do the same amount of work on his own with some help from AI slop. Is that actually working though? And I mean, yeah, there isn't really much of a change between AI and, you know, let's say like, you know, like, could we say that PCG replaced a lot of level artists? I think so. Working is still in business, has been for 20 years. Who do we blame in this case? The tool or the people? That, you know, were they just not getting enough done? Were they... I'm not assuming, I'm just, you know, wondering, were they lazy? Were they... Why would it... shouldn't skip through. It should do both. Should always go to false. So we tick down. This is the ablative. There it is. There's the bug. We're grabbing current index element, and yet we are not updating current index element. Gotcha, bitch. Doing simple repetitive tasks that didn't need any creativity, just motions to go through, so they were replaced by a bot. Oh yeah, just kind of like in factories. That is unfortunate still. There it is. Although it isn't setting the second text box to not be visible. It properly moves it. Or adds it, but then it doesn't set the visibility correctly. That would be an issue, not in here, but in potentially here. Yes. We didn't set the tick visibility. Application type. Perfect. It's working. Chelsea, Genie 3. I did see Genie 3. I saw Genie 3. And my thoughts are that it does have uses in game development. As the same way that any generative AI does. Early ideation and concepting. I don't, there's not really any other use for it, and it's not going to replace game dev. At least not for a long time still. Players and investors finally got a nice notice that AI is flopping, so everyone can run like rat. It is a bubble. It is definitely a bubble. There's massive hype around AI. I don't think that they understand that people do not value AI-made art anywhere near what they value human-made art. And the word value is important here. In fact, it might be the most important word in that sentence. If I can use Genie 3 to generate a game, then whatever the cost of Genie 3 is per month is the most that I'm willing to pay for any game. Not me specifically, but that's like the... This is the thought process behind the value. Because when you look at some low budget thing, has art that is clearly out of budget, like Kickstarter stuff. Maybe AAA can pull it off. I don't know. To me, it assumes that people will universally and consistently be excited about non-human made art. And I am very, very bearish against that idea. Only profitable thing the AI is doing is porn. I could see that. I could see that. There's some diminishing returns. I mean, even now, I'll tell you what, if you try to go to a publisher and you pitch, and you make a pitch with AI art, it does not make you look good. Even if it's early, it does not make you look good. And if they have to choose between giving money to people who have no guarantee of output, because all they're being shown is AI art, or one studio, even just one, that's like, no, we actually know what we're doing. We know how to make a game. I can tell you what publishers are going to choose. Because they ultimately choose what's safest. And using AI art is not a sign of safety. It's a sign that you don't actually know what the fuck you're doing. It's the biggest scam. I have uses for AI. Not generative, really, or not super exceptionally, but certainly I have for large language models. None of the normies, care about things are AI or not. If they like the product, then they take it. Where it comes from doesn't matter. It doesn't seem to be the case with the stats that they're using. There's two quantifiable factors here. There's preconceived or perceived value based on estimated time that the artist took to make it. So what that means in more simple to understand terms that are easier for me to say is that people generally value things when they believe that more time has been spent to make it. They value it higher. And secondly, all the studies of AI art, so like generative AI, shows that people value this less than if it was human made. Those two things are currently quantifiably factual. It gets normalized to the point where it can create games we get spammed with millions of shitty games. Guess what the customer will want to play when a real one gets made? That's my thought too, Buster D. That's exactly my thought. Is that it will overwhelm the market to the point where it will become so saturated that people will be like, where is an actual game? And if they can't find it, if there is no market for that, they will just go back and play what's safe. They will just play Minecraft. They will play older games. They'll load up Skyrim for the millionth time. And I can't blame them. The thing they're calling AI is not what AI means. It's not sentient. So what this thing they're selling is, they're calling AI, it's generative console with text input, and that has a use. Generative console with text input has a place in industry. I agree with that. But it's either we won't use it or we will only use it, and not saying how can we use this to increase the quality and speed of our output without sacrificing the individuals in our company who actually have incredible skill and reasoning capability. Nobody's really doing that. It's machine learning with a PR spin, yeah. Now I want to play Minecraft or Hytale. My dad's been playing Hytale recently. He really likes it. I'm doing the boring part now, but it's good fodder for conversation. Speaking of Skyrim, today's AI is also not a tool to help and just the next tool that should get you hooked as long as possible, like every other platform. And was the last time you asked AI something and it didn't bomb you with information you didn't ask for, or said that you were so right and handsome. Okay, so I don't use ChatGPT anymore because it was way too confirmy of things. I almost exclusively use Grok now. I find it has a better ability to grab information from the internet. It has better ability to push back on you. I just like the how verbose the output is. I don't think Grok is great for people who don't want to read. I can tell you that for sure. Refused at airports because ChatGPT said they didn't need a visa. I saw a couple stories about that. I've heard Google's one is pretty good for, like, Claude is pretty good for coding. But I just don't use AI in my workflow, really. You know, it might make me faster, but it isn't making me smarter. But I really like Grok for just, like, replacing Google. It replaces Google for me, honestly. You just jump back into Google and Reddit stuff? Sometimes I do that, but other times I really like it for replacing Google. But it's still dangerous just because it's as dangerous as searching Google. You never know if what you're actually reading is correct or not. You know, like Google, it just requires that you actually use your brain after you receive information. Don't forget the lawyer who used ChatGPT in this case. The judge was not impressed. I remember that. I can only tell you I used Grok to help me understand terminology and research DuPont laws for trademark, because I needed to write a response to the USPTO. And normally lawyers take care of this. I used that, and my response was accepted in like 1 day. It was really fast. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it was really nice just to be able to find out more details and for it to compile all the information about like the specific DuPont laws that I needed to know. But I still wrote it up manually. I didn't copy and paste it. I took the information, I processed it, I wrote my own version of it, and then I sent that in. And that was nice. That took a lot of bullshit off my shoulders. Okay. I think those chatbots would be more useful if they were programmed to be allowed to say I don't know instead of making shit up. I agree. I really agree. I wish there was some sort of like confidence meter where it could be like, okay, so here's what I found. Confidence very low. Like, okay. I'll take this with a grain of salt then. But then again, I wish that was also the case for people on Reddit. Yes, ChatGPT for UE5 related stuff. I tried that like 3 times and it just makes things up. Yeah, it just made up things that don't exist. And I'm like, okay, I'm not doing this again. Fuck that. I don't care if it takes me hours to do things manually. At least I learned something. And it's to the point where, you know, I get people coming on here telling me to like use AI, and nothing against them, but I refuse. It's not really like a moral or ethical thing. It's just I just don't find myself learning as well than if I just bang my head against the wall and I try my best. It should work. It's a very easy sets and selects, so this should be a pretty trim thing to run. Now we just gotta hook it up. I'm anti-progress. History will not remember me. I don't think history is going to remember most people that think that history is going to remember. I am not anti-progress. I find that there are very good uses of AI, but they're not the uses that most people use them for. What's up, Pexian? Most people don't know how to use AI, thus you get dookie results. There's a skill gap. Lots of scripts just ask with basic words and expect answers. I would also say that people are using it to replace their critical thinking and not to augment their critical thinking. If I want a game dev, I do it for me, not for profit or someone else. I like the feeling of creating something and fiddling the issues out. Yeah, I do too. I do too. Because at the end of the day, if I just say, hey, Grok or ChatGPT, write me a function that handles quaternions. It's like, okay, it can probably do it, and I can just copy and paste in any bugs that it prints out and be like, hey, solve this bug. What did I learn at the end of the day? Oh, nothing. I learned absolutely nothing. Versus if I ask it, teach me step by step what quaternions are and how to use them with vector math. And I spend like 6 hours just going deep diving into quaternions with ChatGPT as a teacher in this case, and I can ask it specific questions. Now, it's not to say it's perfect, but I will come out of that 6 hours later, not with code to solve my quaternion issue, but with a much deeper and better understanding to then jump into and solve that problem myself. Yeah, I would just say that even shorter than that's valuable, it is value. Like when I sell myself to a company, when I say, hey, hire me, they're going to ask, well, what can you do? And it's like, well, I can prompt ChatGPT to do quaternions. Get the fuck out. Leave. Visibility 3, border is brush color. That is the damage type. 3. Icon full brush change is... doesn't show it. Oh no, it's source type, isn't it? Source type 3. It's not slop waste, it's value, such a simple thing. And people are crying and complaining it's making you dumber. I think that I think it's making you dumber in the same way that a phone or, watching the TV makes you dumber. It depends what you're doing with it. I can use my phone to learn, to become smarter, to think better. Or I can use it to watch a bunch of TikTok slop and get dumber. There's danger in everything we use, and nobody wants to talk about how we use it. They just want to talk about using it. There's nothing inherently bad about giving a kid a tablet and telling them to play a game. It's like, okay, but are they doing it alone, or are you playing it with them? What are they playing, or what are you guys playing together? How long are you playing it? If I spend an hour playing on a tablet a math game with my child, I am having them learn math. We're having a fun time. We're bonding. We're communicating. We can add up all the things that this is beneficial to the kid versus here's the tablet, they turn on TikTok, and they doom scroll by themselves and rot their brain. There's nothing being gained there. You're exposing the truth of how AI actually works. Resist the urge to ask it basic algorithms I can think through myself. Same. I mean it's it's difficult. Like, yes, I could ask it, but also fuck it. I just want to learn it. And there's skill gained through repetition. I mean, that's actually exactly what skill is repeating tasks and getting better at the repetition and learning how to do those tasks in order. It's the same reason why, on average, you have to use a word 7 times before you commit it to memory or something like that. It's either, use it or hear it. It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same reason why I can load up Path of Exile, a game that I've played for thousands of hours, and mindlessly play the game without thinking, because I have committed this to memory. It is skill of using that. I know how certain bosses act. I know how certain enemies attack. That's skill. It's not a very useful skill, but it is skill. Maybe that's not the greatest example, but hopefully you get what I mean with it. It's all related to each other, at least. Yeah, it applies outside of games too. It's just, I'm a gamer, so I think of gaming terms, but it does apply to things too. It's like the reason why you are not stuck as a junior at your job is because you literally learn to get better. You practice. You learn more things. You have experience making documents or hitting some nails or using a saw, right? And that then, you build your skill up and then you transfer that skill to newer hires. You teach them and then you retire, and supposedly it's supposed to be happily ever after. Is that not correct? Source type 3 for the icon? Oh, because the brush. There we go. Where's the value of things if everyone can do them? That is the greatest question. Which is why for me the value of anything generated by generative AI is the price of a subscription to the service that generated it, or to the service that generated it. Have I been to Epstein's Island? Yes. Yeah, I was just there. Wonderful beaches. Actually, his island doesn't have any beaches, does it? Mostly rocky. Let's, I want to talk about Epstein's Island. I know what I'm doing is like really boring and repetitive. I don't really want to talk about Epstein's Island. Why not? Because what's there to talk about? It's a horror house. Imagine playing games and everyone has the same skill. Where's the fun? Agree. But also, I feel like maybe it's just me, maybe it's like the personality, and maybe some of you guys will agree. If I'm not learning, I feel like I'm not accomplishing anything, and it like makes me depressed. Like, what did I accomplish today? Oh, nothing. And AI does not give me the feeling of accomplishing anything. Slamming my head against the wall. It's not the fastest, but at least I accomplished something. I get more experience using MVVM. Things like that. Less politics in my game, dude. I don't like the phrasing of that people do. I get what they mean, but I think that it could be phrased better. I don't think people want less politics. I think people want less pandering. They don't want to be told what to think. They want to be presented with situations where they have the ability to think and act in the ways that they see fit, right? They want RPG games where they have the ability to answer a difficult moral or ethical question with a wide array of possibilities. That's just my take on it. I have a hard time watching Netflix or movies or something like that because I get this feeling that I'm wasting my time life watching this shit. I don't get that feeling, but it's because you know, like game design, anything can be inspirational. So for me, seeing those stories, seeing character development, seeing different cinematography or lighting, it all kind of feeds into my work. And I really like engaging with the characters and getting invested in their stories. A lot of fun. Text. Visibility. Do text integer. Text left 4. Visibility is application type. Imagine trying to get a job when everyone has the same skill. You know what's funny is that happens a lot. I can show you some examples. This isn't perfect, but you can see on, like, this is a Polish game dev job site for like a junior mid-level designer. You get like thousands of views on junior jobs like this. And you would have to assume that there's a pretty decent conversion rate for somebody looking for a junior job to reply to something like this. It's a lot. There's a lot of people that you're competing with for even like a small job. But there just aren't that many. Like, there's a junior Unity developer. Most are going to be mid-seniors with a lot of experience. Here you have, you know, another 2,000 views. Versus something much smaller and senior like this. It's not perfect. Not perfect as a representation because we don't know how many people replied to this. But we can assume that it's quite a lot. We can assume that's, and I do have some information from people in the industry that for junior jobs, they have gotten hundreds of applications. Depends on the company too, and what's being made. People might be more willing to, you know, join a junior job at like Larian Studios versus working on some mobile slop game, right? But of course, statistically, you will have a much better chance of getting the job at the mobile slop company. Much as it sucks to say. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 4, 4. Beautiful. Effect 5. Visibility. Visibility 5. Border, this was brush color, if I remember correctly. It's a damage type. icon brush. That is the source type. And last but not least, we need two here. We need one for text, one for visibility. This is a toText integer. This is application type file. Am I making the Fortnite inventory panel? No. You know what? Yes. Let's just say yes. More fun that way. This is not the inventory, this is actually a status effect. Three. I'm just checking that we have these all hooked up with threes. Good. Four. Looks good. Yeah, should work. Let's get 5 status effects in here, I guess. We'll max it out. It should duplicate these. It says multiple allowed. It should duplicate, so... We have our one shot in there too. Yeah, I've made my completely own custom status effect system. Because I don't like gas. It kind of pisses me off working with gas. Well, yeah, I mean, it looks good. Looks like it's working. I don't know why fire would drain your hydrogen, but we can do that. You can see the fire symbol. We can make these all one shot if we want. Or just make a couple of them. Oh yeah, yeah. Looks good to me. Oh, the hydrogen damage was supposed to be 50 ticks, so it should have drained 50 hydrogen. Why didn't it drain 50 hydrogen? Oh, because it's proximity based. That's why. And I wasn't always standing in the center. Now it'll drain 50. Sweet. Looks pretty damn good to me. Placeholder icons for hazardous effects. Finish basic hazard UI. Looks good. We need to write up the technical documentation and then to make hazard or then make restoration station. This should be super simple. Technical documentation will just be more boring, but We gotta do it. We gotta do it. Technical documentation. Hazard volumes. Alright, let me go to the bathroom. We can write up about that. Very busy day. But if we can get this done today, then the plan is tomorrow to play the Neo 3 demo again before the game comes out on Friday. The more I use U-Track, the more I want to. Thankfully, a single license is free. It's not even just that a single license is free, up to 10 licenses is free. But we have quite a few people using it here in chat, so if you ever get stuck or want to know how to do something, I know Dramux would be the best person. Is it Dramux? Dramux is making the custom feedback system, right? I forget who it is. I forget who it is because I forget everything. But it's up to 10 licenses for free, and it is fully featured. They do not lock any feature behind a paywall. So as long as you're using it in like a super small team, you can just do it. You can just use it. Really awesome. All right, BRB. Okay. Documentation time, my favorite. What do we actually want to say about hazard volumes? We can probably copy from other documentation a little bit. Overview, location, and classes. That would be nice. Probably we could also write up documentation about our effect system, because you can initialize effects from other places too. Hazard volumes provide a way to trigger and manage status effects from the environment. Currently, these status effects, well, I can list that elsewhere too. These status effects are all negative currently, although I might refactor it to have positive status effects too. But we wrote restoration stations as being immediate and like full, so you just kind of restore something completely. But it might not be a bad thing to transfer that over to a different system. We'll see. Make it work first, make it better later. And drain the player's primary 3 resources: health, ablative, and hydrogen. Or hydrogen. I would recommend, so this is actually a fun little grammar thing, is like when you're writing a story, you should probably spell out numbers, but if you're writing technical documentation, I always like to use numbers. Because the point is not to be grammatically accurate, it's to be readable. Sometimes proper grammar does not make it more easy to understand. Okay, so we have 3 classes. This is in KYS Blueprints Hazards. We have a base class, base/parent class, or let's say base classes, and we'll include the BPI there too. That is BP hazard base. BPI hazards. Volume classes. BP hazard sphere capsule box. Okay, that's some of the base information down. Let's start with the maybe the config. Yeah, we'll do the config, and then we can jump into each individual volume and any of its quirks and how it works. Works and how it works. Love it. We'll also need to add in descriptions to this for usability. We'll write them here and then copy them back though. Okay, config. Now, I didn't include the config about the data tables here? I probably should. Probably should. Hazard config data table row ref. Data table class ref. Data table we try to pull from for automatic reusable configuring of a hazard. This always should be DT underscore hazards. I think that's what we call it. DT hazard config. This always should be DT hazard config. And will always override custom data in the hazard data section. Ticks to apply. And B remove on exit. Are not included in the configuration and must still be set separately. At least for now. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, then we can talk about hazard data. Oh, we should probably include the row name here too. It's not technically an F name. It is a direct reference to the data table row. More like an enum dropdown. Technically, it's one whole structure as a data table row handle. The row to reference for the hazards data only allows selection of actual rows in the configured data table. Okay. Next up would be ID. We actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 here. 4, 5, 6, 7. We have ID. Apply allowance. source type, damage type, damage per tick, application type, B is proximity. ID is fname, although I don't remember if I type that differently. No, we just type name. Apply allowance is enum. I don't remember which enum. Data. E underscore hazard apply allowance. Hazard source type. E hazard damage type. Damage per tick is integer. Oh, I'm sorry, no it's not. It is a float. Application type. Boolean. I'm trying to make sure it's consistent though. Yes. Okay. ID. Filling in the same ID on multiple hazard volumes allows you to combine their effects only if apply allowance is set to 1 per ID. This means you can have overlapping volumes with the same ID, but only have the effect apply once. If apply allowance is set to... What was the other option for apply allowance? Multiple allowed. This ID is ignored. Okay, apply allowance. If set to multiple allowed, the effect manager will allow multiple of the exact same effect to exist on the player at one time. If set to 1 per ID, The effect manager will only take the first found hazard spline with the ID. Not hazard spline, first found hazards config into account when applying the effect. However, I keep trying to say spline. However, all hazards with that ID will be queried for proximity information if B is proximity based is set to true. Let me read that. If set to multiple allowed, the effect manager will allow multiple of the exact same effects to exist on the player at one time. If set to 1 per ID, the effect manager will only take the first found hazards config into account when applying the effect. However, all hazards with that ID will be queried for proximity information if B is proximity based is set to true. The source type is used to determine which icon to show on the effect widget. That's currently all it does. We might use it for more in the future. This enum controls which player resource we want to target for this hazard / effect. We're looking into state tree, seems simple enough. I only hope that it is. I really wish you luck. What I found was that it was using its own terminology and functions and felt very complicated to learn compared to behavior trees, but maybe it's just I don't have much experience doing it. And hopefully they fix the bugs that were present when I was trying it too. That would help. The damage to do to the players or to the selected resource per tick. We do 5 ticks per second, and this float is removing a percentage for each tick. So a damage per tick of negative 0.01 would remove 1% of the chosen damage type per tick, or a total of 5 per second. I hope that it has changed since I last looked at it, really. The only thing is, the mistake that I made was going into it, treating it like behavior tree tasks, when it is not. It is states. Which you might have more experience with if you've worked with AI more than I have. But you wouldn't have a task of, like, move to location. Instead, you would have a task of just move. Or you would have a task of interact. And not have it be, like, so specific. Like you would have in, like, a behavior tree. LXR has a demo, it's not that good. I mean, it shows off what it does, but it's a crap demo. be better. Okay. I mean, my specific use case, at least for Redlock, would be simple, but yeah, for immersive sim, we would need something really, really capable and modular. Application time. With this enum set to, what's the default? Continuously reapply. Awesome, thank you for sending that. We will check it out later today. The lazy demo uses Lyra? Well, I think that if he, I mean, he released it for free, right? But if he wants to make like a lot of money from it, having a really good demo that people can download right at the top of the page, it's one of the first things I click on. I mean, I recently bought Mesh Blend, right? And Mesh Blend is not the cheapest. It's very, very good, but it's not the cheapest. And they got a demo right here that I can download for it. Like, you know, if I'm spending a lot of money, I want to make sure that I'm buying something that is going to be really useful. And it's easy to look at these, you know, screenshots and say, okay, I can see what it does, but I want to see it up close. And never heard of it? Which one, the XLR? Or LXR? Yeah, like a demo with like a gym. Oh, Mesh Blend? Mesh Blend is so fucking good. Apparently this guy did the same thing that they implemented for Subnautica, where it blends mesh edges with each other. And you have full control over which meshes and how much it should blend. And it's really good for like these natural environments. Sand, especially like snow too, is a good one. Really, really nice. So I did buy that. And I think it's worth it. Maybe not so much in Redlock. It would have been really useful in Cauldron Chronicles. It looks weird in your eyes? I think it depends on use. Because like blending stuff in with the snow or sand, I think looks really good. Or dirt or grass. Redlock, we would use it for the walls, but not for like hard surface meshes. We can see it like here. I think it looks really good. Hey Borkin, you're a seller in Fab in the Unity store, and it's annoying that Fab does not allow you to include videos on the project page. That is weird. I agree. But if Fab were good, then it wouldn't be made by Epic. Also, I think for like assets from the same pack, it looks really, really good on. But if they're not from the same pack, I think that it helps make it look better than without Mesh Blend. But ideally, you would want to try to use things from the same pack. It is a post-process, yes. Yeah, it's a post-process. It is not free, but it's not super expensive either. But like, I think that looks generally good. Even though the assets aren't from the same packs. Or don't line up perfectly. Looks good on the stylized meshes. Yeah, you can post links. 100% you can post links. Snow, I think it looks really good in snow too. Well, like the question is, does this look better? Or does this? And for me, the second one does look better, even though it's not optimal. I got a lot of armor sets. That's pretty cool. I think it shows both Unity and Unreal here. Or do you mean the actual Unity store? Because Fab does allow you to... Fab now targets Unity too, which is pretty cool. I like these though. Some of these have been really, really useful for Cauldron Chronicles. It's almost a shame, dude. Hey, when we get working on Cauldron Chronicles again, I'll hit you up, I'll hit you up, because these are like perfect animals and stylization for Cauldron Chronicles. Oh, you sell frameworks on Unity. Oh, that's cool. Do you make good money from this? Give you the packs for free? No. We would be able to pay. We would want to like hire you for like very specific things. We'll do that in the future though. What's up, Ben? How you doing? Back to my documentation. With the C enum set to continuously reapply while the player is standing in a hazard volume, we reapply the effect. This also hides the number of ticks currently left. From the UI. And generally, B is proximity based, or not B is proximity based, but rather B remove on exit should be strongly well, let's just say should probably be turned on. Probably be set to true for that type. If set to one shot, I think that's what we call it. Yes, set to one shot. We apply the effect only on entering the volume. And let the ticks run out. Player must exit the volume and enter it again to have it reapplied. It does generate a lot of money, but I also invested hundreds of thousands of dollars to produce all these art packs. Your programmer built frameworks editor tools. All the art packs were made by an art team I hired. Jesus. Well, hey, if you ever want to invest in us, I would be open to that, actually. I'm open to private investors. I'm not really open to publishers at the moment. But I don't know any private investors. B is proximity based. We need two here too, the two that are not related to the hazard data. And are just part of the overall hazard config. That should be heading 1. No, it doesn't need to be heading 1. We don't need to do that. Get out of here. Broke 2, invested a lot of money in other projects that failed, did not come out. I'm back to the grind. Ugh. Sorry to hear that. Was one of them called was one of them called Ashes of Creation and the other called High Guard? That's mean. I'm sorry, Jeff. I didn't mean it. How's it doing? I saw that they added a 5 versus 5 mode, the High Guard. It's hanging in there. It ain't looking good, but it's hanging in there. We'll see what they do with it. It was Chronicles of Illyria. If set to true, at the time of calculating the tick damage, we query the relevant volume for the player's proximity to the source of damage, taking the highest, or let's say the closest proximity to calculate. If set to false, the damage is constant, no matter where the player is standing in the hazard. Saving money to buy the 5K pledge for Ashes of Destruction. What would the wait for the opposite of Ashes of Creation would be like the seeds? Yeah, Ashes of Destruction and Seeds of Creation. Didn't somebody make a meme game called The Day After? Somebody should make a meme MMO called Seeds of Creation. Ashes of Scam Nation. There's no... That isn't true, right, though? The Day... Oh no, this is something else. I hate that this is still here. Shouldn't like the Steam page be taken down? I mean, I know that they're not selling it, but what are we doing? It's not normal that Steam doesn't step up in Ash's case. I hope they will soon. Yeah, it is weird that they didn't do. I saw that they took it off being sold. Like, you can't buy Ashes of Creation anymore. But I wonder if they're talking with the developers behind the scenes. They froze funds. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Oh, people are getting refunds. Not the Kickstarter backers, though. But, you know, Steam can't do anything about that. I'm actually really mad about... I'm really fucking... I absolutely hate when Kickstarter games fail. Because it just means my chances of going to Kickstarter are like... It just becomes harder now. I really hate it. Yeah, I think Steam users will probably get a refund, you're right. And I get it. Like when we do Kickstarter reviews, and oddly we actually didn't do one at the end of January. We could do that. We could do that if we want now, early February. But we see so many scams on Kickstarter, and it's pretty easy to spot the ones that are guaranteed scams, and some of them still get funding. But now it means if I throw my actual game up there, knowing that I can complete it, I just have to like put more evidence and proof of that. And still people will say, I'm not going to do it because it could be a scam. And they're right. They're not wrong. They're not wrong for thinking that or for worrying about that. I don't know. It's more like a human condition thing. I just wish people wouldn't scam, but they do. You blame the gamers for investing? I don't really blame them. But, you know, to be fair, yeah, Kickstarter is just... It's not what it used to be. It's really not going to print you money in the way that it used to. There's some good stuff here, you know, like there's... Oh god. Immersive MMORPG with AI-powered NPC, 189% fun. This is where we're at, kids. Do they at least have a demo? Really AI-powered NPCs, absolute lies. Playable, but it's ass. Dude, they got like 150,000 bucks from this. I mean, it's not nothing. I can see why I got money. Proprietary anti-cheat. Yeah, that's totally gonna work. Oh god. Here's the promises. Here we go. Territory control, dynamic world events, world bosses, autonomous AI characters, guild and faction warfare. I'm gonna tell you guys, if Amazon couldn't do this with New World, with hundreds of millions of dollars, they're not gonna do it either. Dream World 2, yeah. Pets, polymorph, bigger. That lightning strike on this pause, blocking out the B in bigger, is very dangerous. That is not good. But I'm pretty sure it says bigger. When I press play, it's gonna have a B there. Bigger procedural dungeons. Huge open world with globe simulation. Player housing. Flying and sailing, crafting, mount taming and riding, character customization, life skills, mining. I'm sorry, dude. Ain't no way. The MMO players are really on some next level hopium. They might... they might only be beaten by furries for the amount of times they get scammed and milked. As an MMORPG player, we have nothing new. It's rough, but I prefer nothing new than these. No, I feel you. Like, I want something new and amazing in the MMO space as well. But we get new, but not amazing. Nah, man. I mean, good luck with your 150,000, but that's gonna dry up fast. No pay to win. Okay. Yeah, we'll see what your we'll see what your model is. Isn't Where Winds Meet good? Yes, it is good. But I don't think Where Winds Meet is specifically like an MMO. And not in like the traditional sense. I think it has multiplayer aspects. But don't quote me on that. Yeah, 150K is barely anything. And I mean, keep in mind, like, when we talk salaries for game developers, what they take home is only about, you know, you pay like 33% extra on top of that employee for other costs that you have to have. So if you're paying, you know, somebody $100,000 a year, you're really paying a lot more behind the scenes. How you doing, Paul? I saw your Game of Thrones reaction. I'm pretty excited to see you getting into that. There are a lot of names though. I hope people don't like spoil things or ruin it for you in the comments. You know what? It might be better just to not read comments, or if you have somebody who can like filter comments for you, because people will spoil it. Unfortunately. But no, it was good. I'm excited to see that. How you doing today? Ticks to apply. The number of ticks of damage that we want to apply for the hazard. If your application type is continuously reapply, set this to something, set this to greater than 3, just to properly handle timings. I feel like I'm missing something important about ticks to apply. Oh, you're working on Unreal stuff today. That's cool to see that you're back in your game. Did you make sure to claim the free assets for these 2 weeks? We have a medieval castle, stylized log cabin, and a light detection system, which you can use for like stealth systems. Awesome. When do we get the next ones? Like a week, okay. Gandalf is actually the first one to die again. Gandalf dies when he gets hit by a firework in Hobbiton. Or in the Shire. Number of ticks of damage that we want to apply for the hazard. Your application type is continuously reapplies. Greater than 3. I really feel like I'm forgetting something here. Whatever. We apply 5 ticks per second. B remove and exit if set to true. When the player exits the hazard, we remove the effect no matter how many ticks are left. Worked for me. You got the werewolf in a cabin 1 week, so that's a game in itself. Yeah, I mean, you really can if you think like Slender Man was really just forest, some buildings, a piece of paper, an interaction system, and then Slender Man himself. It does not take much to make a really good game if you trim down your loop and you just focus on that. Slender Wolf. It sounds like some porn fan fiction. Actually, what fan fiction isn't porn? I do kind of want to make debug. Should we add debug to hazards? And that way we can like show the line and point. I don't know. It's like a nice to have. I don't know if we need to have it. I'm not gonna add that right now. We do need to add hazards to our gym map though. %. And then we need the quirk. We have box hazards with proximity work, but essentially calculate proximity with a capsule internally. So we'll add like a little note section to the bottom. That's my favorite part. Okay, important notes. The box hazard volume with B is proximity based, set to true, will correctly work. However, behind the scenes, we calculate proximity in what essentially is a capsule. So the corners of the box will not apply damage. And you might be able to use a capsule hazard volume with the same effect, but better visualization. That's about it. I mean, everything else works with that. It's just the way the math is on that one is kind of annoying. But it does work. It does work. And I could add a section here too for how we determine proximity. That would be nice to have. What are you working on in Unreal today, Paul? Or are you just like playing around and seeing if you can learn some stuff? I need to do more of that too. I don't have enough days with that. Just fucking around. Are you making the whole thing today though? Like a little game jam? House collect letters, burn them to kill the monster. Oh, you're just doing something smaller today? Burn them. I love that. Are you using the horror engine? Or are you using like the first person template? We just like it. Now we can turn that into a word. Bro, how was your Ouija, man? You're doing it from scratch. Oh shit. Okay. You're going hardcore. That's not even something I would do, so you'll learn more that way anyway. Yeah, you will learn more that way. There's a really nice... You're better off to stay away from it. You're right. You're right. But for like the price of a, you know, of a street corner suck off, you can get the whole horror engine. Like footstep effects and like physics and grabbing things, inspecting flashlights. It is good, yeah. I do think horror engine is really good, but if you will learn a lot more if you just kind of make some of this stuff from your own. And in a lot of cases, like this might have bloat and things that you don't need in your game. And it'll be more annoying for you to turn them off and to optimize not having them in than just to do it yourself. You've already done footsteps inspection and flashlight? That is impressive. That is impressive. That is really cool. You'd have to show me sometime. And not just nude pictures, but also your game progress. We determine proximity in different ways depending on the volume being used. A sphere is easy, as we always have a center and simple radius check from. And we can throw in a picture of us using the sphere. When you hover over items, I have like an evil eye that pops up. Oh, dude, I like that. That's really cool. So you have like a full interaction system too? Damn, dude. You've been going crazy with that. I even think interaction systems can be a little hard to create. You can open drawers and doors and you can pick up items. Wow. I'm impressed. That's a lot more than a lot of people have after jumping into an engine for the first time. And many of them wouldn't have made them themselves. Hazard sphere. Maybe I should make debug for these. I'm kind of tempted. If you ever need, I don't know if you ever want to throw it up on Steam, but if you ever need any assistance with that, can help. But itch.io I think is a lot easier. But it's kind of cool, like seeing your game on Steam. I don't know what it is. It's like verification that you did it. Maybe one day it'll be on Steam. I had a lot of failed games before my first game ever made it on Steam. It's yeah, it's $100. $100 to put it on Steam. And that's it. The most annoying thing is like the art. You have to make like a whole bunch of different images for different use cases. Let's see if I can find it. Store pay. Not the store pay. Where do you set the... Oh wait, they're up at the top, aren't they? I don't remember where. Actually, easier would just be to look at this. Yeah, we needed like a bunch of different images. Really annoying. You're used to it, you can submit a game in 2 hours, but the back office can be kind of overwhelming when you start. Yeah, that's how I felt. It is relatively straightforward. I think
Daddy.
my first time working with Steam, it was really nice. Just this like first landing page is a little bit kind of intimidating. My game is small enough to upload an itch. I think that I think itch allows up to like 5 GB games. I'm not sure on that. It's not that small of a limit though. But if you ever need to trim your game's package size, there's a few things you can do to trim size. Minimum size will be about 250 megabytes because of Unreal, and then on top of that, well, you upload the zip anyway, so a lot of that can zip down pretty well. You think it's 1 gig? It could be 1 gigabyte. It could be, but that is the compressed size. So as an example, we have a build here that on disk is 445 and then compresses down to 300. Oh, you can upload more with their CLI tool. You're gonna have a heart attack from plastic? What happened, Rex? What did you do? Yeah, I think I do want debug on this. Show debug. We can do show proximity debug. And we'll get that in a screenshot too then. What did plastic do today to you? I did make one change to your branch to fix something. But you can just update to local revision and get that. There's like a proper like pipeline, which is check if there's any updates on the branch you're on. Double check if there's any updates that you need to grab from a different branch. Then you can work. And if you check out while you're working, if you check out something that you think somebody else might be working on, just let them know or ask them. And then you always just upload at the end of the day. Very rare instances you might not want to upload at the end of the day, but you usually upload just to be safe. We only start ticking while the player's inside, so we can just... We could make like a function and then just override the function. But doing the function override shouldn't change that we're doing this on tick. So I shouldn't have to plug in anything here. Just do an override. And we don't need the parent because the parent isn't going to do anything anyway. Okay, sphere is easy. Sphere, we just need to show a draw debug. We'll draw a debug point. Draw a debug point. Duration should be a little bit larger than our tick rate, so we'll do 0.22. Size of 5. That's the easy one. That is the easy one. That is way too small. That is a tiny little point. It could be a little bit bigger. Your footsteps speed up when you run? What are you doing for your footsteps? In game I don't run IRL. Yeah, it's because you don't have ice knocking at your door. Actually, I guess you're in UK, so they knock on your door if you tweet mean things. I guess we're both cooked. If they show up at your door because you tweet mean things, are you allowed to just tell them to fuck off? Like they can't arrest you or fine you, right? They like to arrest people for mean words. Did they actually arrest though? I have heard of a couple cases of it happening, but I don't know if those were just sensationalized. My medicine. Some woman spent time in jail? What did she tweet? What's her name? Amelia? That's the name of the purple-haired girl who loves Britain, right? For inciting violence. No clue what she said. I mean, if she was actually inciting violence, like, yeah, I mean, you should get in trouble for that, right? Like, hey, let's go burn down this building or something. Or attack all people with more melanin in their skin, because somehow that changes who they are. I want to try to think about how to rationalize it. I think they arrested someone for making tweets about the French president's. If you can find that story or what was said, that would be funny. You should get in trouble for making fun of French people. Like that's just like a universal allowed thing. I don't even think you would get in trouble in France for making fun of the president's wife. But it would be really funny if, as a British person, you could get in trouble for making fun of the French president's wife. That would be something. Okay, show proximity debug. We need to draw the player's location along this. We get player character. When I crouch and try to run, it crashes the game, so that's fun. Crashing in Unreal is pretty tough to do. It might be trying to do like an infinite loop. Check your output log and see if there's any danger Will Robinsons in here. Oh, kind of like this. Although that would just be a warning, that wouldn't. I have a bug to fix. Oh, I know why that pops up. That pops up because it hasn't been initialized yet. I can't recreate it. Infinite loop. Check your loops. It might, if you're doing like a do while loop, I try to avoid those. Yeah, because they do tend to push out a lot of errors. You can always fake a do while too. Just by like ticking a loop while something is active. Hazard box. Reset footsteps timer. Reset my footstep. We should just be able to copy this because this is our segment. And we can draw a draw a debug line. Segment start, segment end, line color. We'll make like a light blue. Duration 0.22. Thickness as big as my heart. Can somebody make an Unreal plugin that just changes all the references of thickness to girth? Thank you. for doing so, by the way, eventually. Oh, yeah, we don't want to plug this. We want to do find closest point on segment. Girth. What's the girth of your line? Probably an editor setting for that. If there was, that might be the wildest editor setting ever. I think that would eventually make Threat Interactive stop crying about Unreal. Nah, he would never stop. I could draw a debug sphere around that point too. That would be smart. I probably should do that. For the box. Draw debug sphere. At this point, segments, do 20 segments. Thickness of girth, sorry, girth of 10. The radius would be the box extent on the second longest side. Let's throw it on a hazard for I didn't turn it to be on. Removing it made it worse. Oh, actually, you know what the debug visualization has helped me realize? That we probably should avoid proximity-based checking for boxes entirely. Because we actually need to take the shortest side. Which then wouldn't look very good. What does your code look like for the footsteps? Are you doing like either like a line trace or like a hit detection and then just doing a timer to prevent multiple footstep sounds from being heard in a row? Long and confusing? I mean, whose first code isn't? Actually, a lot of my not first code is kind of that same way too. That line's too thick as well. Or we raise the point size up. Let's raise the point size up. That looks better. Easier to see. You'll notice that it's jumpy, but don't worry about that because we only query it at the time of the tick. So it's just jumpy because we're trying to draw it on tick here, but We query the player's location and do this calculation at the same time. Yeah, we would have to draw that from the shortest side. I don't know how to feel about that. Custom events branches, IA sprint. So what you could do, the new player character should have events on footstep, like left and right when they hit the ground. Or when they run. You could tie the event to that. Extra advanced, you can then do a line trace at the time of hitting that event from the foot bone down like 10 units to see what that foot is hitting. And then you could switch and play different sounds based on the physical material of the material that you're hitting. But in that way, it's event-driven and not time-driven. Because well, I guess the animation is already being time-driven. Yeah, sound at location will work too. Let me see the event. I'm pretty sure there is like a well, I don't have the right character on this. But I think the new, I don't know if you're doing third or first person, but probably first person. I think the new model does have events for the footsteps. How long is song? Let's make a shorter song. The crouch and run issue I cannot figure out. Stamina bar drops when I run and rises after a set time. I just can't crouch and run without the message lock saying I'm crouching. What kind of loop are you running where it's spitting infinite? Or it might not even be a loop, it might just be that there is a reference to a function in another function that then references the function in some case. It could just be kind of like a loop of functions referencing. Why don't I determine the shortest side by... Recursive functions are powerful with great power. Yeah, we try not to do recursive. How big does this graph get, like, total? Comes a lot of memory. Hey, Van Dev, thanks for the follow. Nice Arc Raiders badge. Fun game. I mean, the graph kind of gets pretty infinite. I don't actually know if there's a set. I've never hit the edge of a blueprint graph. Uber graph is the event graph. Function, sprint, enter, function, crouch. Mind your business. If you want, you can use a site called Blueprint UE, which is like a paste bin for blueprints. You just copy your blueprints, paste them in here, and then you can get a oh my god. You know, I would hope that they don't look like this, but this is what it would create. And this anonymous person has created absolute spaghetti. We could, you know what we should do is we should make a stream where we review Blueprint UE anonymous submissions. Holy, I think that would be horrible though for my brain. We review it and then we clean it up. That would be the task. Is that your blueprint? But yeah, the site's good. If you want to use this, you can like just copy and paste relevant ones and then just paste the link in chat. Looks like a normal epic BP, to be fair. I hate that you're right. Did you know that I used an epic blueprint mark in our own documentation for how to not write blueprints? This was the Stackobot blueprint, which honestly is not as bad as they could be. But I use this to show, you know, bad blueprinting methodologies and, you know, separation. Spread things out, you know? And try to avoid crossed wires where possible, though it's not always perfectly doable. Yeah, variables, like, not only do variables exist, but a lot of people don't know that you can, if you have inputs to your function, you can call those inputs with a separate getter node, which is what I changed this to. But like space and avoiding wire overlap is kind of key. So this was our documentation. Ignored and it'll sort itself out. I wish that's how it worked sometimes. What might be the simplest way of setting this variable to the variables that this is not, without doing a loop? Ideally just using some easy select nodes or something. Can I fuck around with the bit? Can I math my way out of this? The Online Safety Act. Wait, is there an Online Safety Act? Is that a real thing? I guess we could just do a select node. It's kind of the dumb way of doing it, though. Don't ever don't do this. What I'm about to do, don't do it. It is very cheap, though. It just looks horrible. But I'll teach you a trick that master blueprinters use when they make ugly things. If the longest side is X and the second longest side is Y, then we need to return Z. This can't be true, so we don't need to care about that. If it's X and this is Z, then we need to return Y. If Y, second longest is X, then we return Y, we don't care. Y, Z, X, beautiful. Z, X, Y, D, Y, X, ignore. Now this looks ugly, but if we right click and collapse these, now you never see the ugliness, right? Aha! My only recommendation though, if you're blueprinting, is try not to collapse nodes too much. Just because it kind of, you're like adding another layer of obfuscation to finding bugs and issues. Doing it once or twice in some areas is okay, but doing it too many times can be. That site will allow you to upload your blueprint, and then you can send it to me, and I can hopefully spot the issue, or somebody else in chat can spot the issue too. Because it's a little bit easier to like see the nodes and then spot like, that's calling that. Oop, that might be the problem. Not a guarantee, but the best solution, in short, of either looking at your project files directly or screen sharing. This is the next best option we have. You named it help, that's hilarious. You know what you can do too? Have you ever used the... You know that it happens when you try to sprint, right? So one thing that might help is to right click on the node to start your sprint, which would be... I don't see it here, but on your sprint, right click and you can set a breakpoint. You can add breakpoint and play, crouch, and then press the shift button to run, and it should trigger the breakpoint. It's not likely going to crash there, but then you can press F11 to step through your nodes until it crashes, and that'll help you find the exact node that seems to be triggering that. Reset footsteps timer is an event call. Or function call, sorry. Only when you press those two together. So my thinking is that like there's something that the... And uncrouch. What should happen when you attempt to sprint while crouching? Should it not allow it, or should it exit crouch? And if you try sprinting and then pressing crouch, does the bug occur, or does it only occur when you hold crouch and press sprint? It exits crouch. So here's my thinking. Though this could be wildly inaccurate. Is that this crouch exit does not stop the timeline. You want it to be a smooth, I think is what you're doing is like that smooth lerp to change the capsule height, right? Does it crash immediately or at the end of that reversal of the timeline? Ignore what I said about it stopping it. But I see what you're doing now with when I let go of sprint. You have your input set to probably on released, right? So that's probably why when it runs it. That makes sense. Out of curiosity, why is this branch not hooked up with a condition? If the so correct me if I'm wrong. If the player is crouching, you press sprint. You want the player to exit crouch first, but it should still let you sprint because you're just changing the walk speed, right? I can't say anything with certainty at this point. The recommendation, because we just want to fix the bug first, and then we can optimize this later. So I'm not here to like judge how it looks or how optimized it could be or whatever. That doesn't matter. Are you using the enhanced input for triggering sprint? Wherever your sprint is fired, like whatever event fires your sprint, right click and set a debug point there, the breakpoint. Play, hold crouch, press sprint, release, and it should hit this breakpoint. And then keep pressing F11 until it hits the node where it crashes. And at least that'll allow you to isolate exactly which blueprint node you're hitting that's triggering the crash. Everything before that node should run just fine. Node hits, crash, you'll know exactly which one's causing it. Oh, perfect. Oh yeah, you're using enhanced input, but beautiful. Uncompleted sprint exit. Sprint exit. Don't feel bad about the spaghetti. Everybody makes spaghetti till they learn not to make spaghetti. Oh, I see. And then the crouch exit. Wait. Sprint exit. Wrong one. Clear and invalidate timer. Stamina decrease. Reset footsteps. There's one issue that might be causing it. Yeah, but it doesn't happen with these inputs separately, right? It's only when you try to do both of them at once. Completed will only fire once. Crouch. Where's crouch? I'm missing the... crouch button. Crouch end. Yeah, most likely those will only fire once. I mean, I think it depends on how you set up the enhanced input actions. But most likely started and completed will only fire once. The ones that will fire continuously are like the triggered or ongoing. So we can pretty confidently feel... I don't know if the timer invalidation would cause a crash. It certainly wouldn't say infinite loop detected. That could only be related to reset footsteps timer or crouch enter. Or something recursive, but I don't see anything calling back. And it doesn't happen after this delay, right? Once you release the button, it happens immediately. It says it's a reset footsteps timer. Oh, did you say that before too? I missed that. Good that it says that. That was up here, right? Because then we call footsteps. Where is the footstep? Oh, that's just probably a separate function, right? I doubt that's the reason. Oh, is it down there? Tell me what it's between. There's nothing after that. It has to be... It's either... Okay, so it's either what I noticed before, which is that this clear and invalidate timer handle is calling from this return value. Most likely, I would recommend setting like a local variable for that, and then you could plug that in and update that every time you reset the timer. Though I doubt that would be causing an infinite loop, but potentially that is. Check if player's ready to in-crowd. I'm totally missing it. Sorry, that must be frustrating. Down here? Sorry. I'm not doing it on purpose, I swear. Wait, maybe I'll... You probably put like a comment around it, right? I'm looking for the footsteps. I don't see it on this one. I just went past it. It's like Where's Waldo? Actually, in the UK, you guys call it Where's Wally, don't you? Check if player is ready to uncrouch. Here. I don't see the footsteps function though. Because the reset footsteps timer is only calling... Is only calling these. This footsteps is reset footsteps timer? I mean, that would be the source of the infinite loop then, is it's... This is trying to call itself. I just don't see the footsteps on here. I just was wondering if it was like a separate function, but if it's saying that it's bringing up the reset footsteps, then realistically, like, I don't know what you're calling in here. I don't know if it says separate, but if it's calling reset footsteps timer, you can just delete it from here. I'm just missing that footsteps event. Maybe it didn't copy it. Oh yeah, it is a... no, I did see that before. You are setting a timer called footsteps. Here. That's weird. Why... You can just delete this. You can set, if you delete footsteps and just reconnect both of those to the set timer, because the set timer is setting a timer for the function called footsteps, so it would start immediately anyway. Though I don't see how that would be. It's somewhere in here. It is definitely somewhere in here. Setting a variable for the timer to remove this backwards bit would improve things. And I don't think this is necessary because everything that goes to they both go to the timer anyway, which will start immediately. If that doesn't do it, set a breakpoint on the sprint. You'll play the game, you'll hit it immediately when you try to cause the bug again, and then it's just F11 to jump through. Yeah, try the breakpoint thing, because that'll narrow it down perfectly. You'll see something like this when you play. I'll go boink, or not, because I didn't select the debug object. Put the breakpoint on the sprint. Or on sprint exit, actually might be a better place. Because we know for sure that it's being caused when you exit the sprint. So here, put it here and it'll hit. And then as you press F11, it'll jump around. And once it hits the node where we cause the infinite loop, it will crash. Yeah, that solves that issue. It's imperfect. We should just say that I think proximity scaling for the box should probably be ignored. Where did it which node did it crash on? Or did it literally crash on before even like triggering the breakpoint? Oops, that's not my documentation. Let's say will kind of correctly work. Well, it doesn't really correctly work. It definitely does not correctly work. Won't due to the inability to correctly cover the corners. And the game did what I normally do and it crashed. So it didn't trigger the breakpoint. When you press play, pull your mouse out and try changing the debug object to make sure that it shows your character. I assume this is all in your character. And then try doing it again, see if it crashes, or see if it hits the breakpoint. Because what putting it on this will do is it won't run this yet. It will just run the enhanced input action. And it'll wait here until you exit, or until you jump through it. We will get to the bottom of this. You either overcorrect to cover two walls, but it sticks out of the other, or we handle correctly for the shortest wall or smallest wall. Barely cover the interior. Best to stick to spheres and capsules if wanting proximity handling. So it crashes and it just doesn't hit the breakpoint at all. How, if you want, you can package up your entire project and, like, you know, zip it up. Not package, but zip up the entire folder of your package and send it. Or we need to look for somewhere else because it looks like the crash is happening elsewhere. Does the crash happen if you hold down both buttons but don't release them? Because I did notice a couple delays in here, and maybe something was happening just conveniently. Happens when you let go of crouch. So not the sprint. Not the sprint. The crouch. Okay. Where was the crouch input? I lost that. Aha. Crouch exit. Crouch exit. Crouch exit. Reset footsteps timer. Definitely wouldn't be anything up here. The blueprint now. Well, if we know that it's happening when you release crouch, you can remove the breakpoint. So right click on that node again, you can remove breakpoint. And you can put it on crouch exit. In my mind, there's only two things where it might be happening, which is sprint enter and reset footsteps timer. But we saw reset footsteps timer up here. Calls that. I don't think it's up there. It has to be the other one. It has to be sprint enter. Crouch exit. Wait. Crouch exit. Crouch exit. Sprint enter. This potential culprit here. I think this is getting hit. And it's looping back into crouch exit, probably because is crouching and can uncrouch are both set to true. And they're not being set to false anywhere. I don't know if they're being set to false anywhere, but this is the culprit. Most likely. Worst case, you can try just skipping the node temporarily and seeing, you know, your game is not going to work, but if it doesn't crash, we know that it's there or somewhere around that. Crouch exit is setting crouch. To something, we don't know. Could be true, could be false, because it's doing the and check. Sprint enter. Doesn't set anything, just checks. Was the timeline setting? Crouch enter sets crouch to true. I don't see a point where crouching is set to false ever. Well, it could potentially be here, but it's probably due to can uncrouch. But I don't see can uncrouch getting set to false. At least here. It might be being done in like a different function or something. But if can uncrouch is not getting set to false, that could be the reasoning why we're then jumping through is crouching true, can uncrouch true, crouch exit, which then creates the infinite loop. That's my thought process. Currently, that's where it's. Don't thank me yet. When it's fixed, then we can talk. And then you can send the nudes. Best to avoid using... Oh, I already say best to stick to spheres. We'll put that in the text up here. Deletes nudes. There's probably something nasty on my phone. You know what's nasty on my phone though is I just have like a bunch of pictures of like slugs. There's two weird things that I do and I don't know why. I take pictures of really big potatoes because I want to find the biggest potato in Poland. And then I take pictures of slugs because I like to find the biggest slug. That's it. That's really just the peak of my... Oh, and also like cocktails that I make. It's been a while since I took a picture of a cocktail though. I've been trying to drink less. I don't know why. It's just like I see this like giant slug on the side. I'm like, oh fuck yeah, I gotta put a credit card next to it to measure its size. Oh dude, I found a big one today. Like, I don't know, like some man thing or something. It's like, dude, look at the size of that. Proximity is if the hazard is a box. Okay, let's put the debug for the capsule then. That'll be the last one. We'll still do the debug on the box, but meh. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah. Let's draw a line. Draw a debug line. We need that for the point. Distance, we don't care. No. Peeler, thanks for the follow. Thank you so much, man. We're almost at 1,100 followers. Thank you guys for the support this month. I know that, you know, last year we played a bunch of games at the end, but you know, we're back into it. I won't play a game for another... Oh, I'm actually playing Neo 3 tomorrow. That won't take us too long, though. Only crashes when I press crouch, but if I unpress sprint before crouch, it doesn't crash. Crashes when I unpress crouch. If I unpress sprint. What happens when you release sprint? We modify sprinting. Crouch, enter, gets hit. Oh, but only if those are true. Okay, another breakpoint. Sprint held in and unpressed crouch, it crashes, but if I unpress sprint... Cause the crash again, but put your breakpoint on sprint exit. And F11 until it crashes. And whichever node it was last on when it crashes, that's the next node we'll look at. Most likely one of these two. I don't think the clearing and invalidating of timer would cause a loop. It would just cause things to not work correctly. But I could be wrong. Could be wrong. This is just debug. I don't care too much about the spaghetti here. Oh, and then we will need a capsule trace down. One down here. Or not a trace. I don't think we need to draw the sphere here. This will be perfectly fine. Crashes, then F11 it cycles through until it goes back to sprint exit. Does it crash or does it just does it fire back to the blueprint? And then once you hit sprint exit, it like hangs for a second, and then which happens first? But it hits on sprint exit. It just crashes entirely? It is possible that the timer handling is messing things up. I wonder if there's a possibility that it is... This wasn't happening until you created the footsteps, right? So I'm wondering if you just unplug this reset footsteps timer for now, what happens? Like, does it still cause the crash? Oh, it happened before footstep sounds. Okay. Okay. So it is something in the core aspects of the crouching and sprinting. Breakpoint on the sprint exit. Or on here specifically. Only a breakpoint here, nowhere else. And this won't crash when you hit it. This should not. Hopefully this should not crash when you hit it. Otherwise there's some weird time and something going on. The red lines are not the issue, that's the current logic flow. It will push you out of the game when you hit a breakpoint. So it'll look like this. That's not the crash. That's it hitting the breakpoint. So the game is still running, but it's held there. The code execution is, and as you press F11, we can then jump through the nodes, and this is the game processing in the background. Once you hit the pause of the infinite loop, it will just kind of look like this. It might freeze for a second and then just go like that with the pop-up of the infinite. But as long as we hit the breakpoint, the game is still running and has not crashed yet. All right, let's get a screenshot of the sphere. I'm going to lower it down a bit though. We could print the distance too if we want. Or the proximity. We'll just start with this. I'm going to make it a lot tiny. This is crouch exit is causing the. There might be multiple sources of it. This is true. This might be why it's kind of hard to pin down. I do think it is crouch exit though. I think that it's because crouch exit is calling itself. It has the potential to call itself. Did you try unhooking this here? In sprint enter, you can just like unhook this and move the true to jump over it. That didn't work. Okay. You know what you might be facing is a refactor. You might have coded yourself into a corner and need to remake all of this from scratch. But just in a different way. Which may not be the answer you want to hear, but... yeah, you need to become Game Start, Goblin. I don't think your methodology is bad. And I think you're already doing some advanced stuff that I don't see newer people try, which is like doing timers. I think that's great. If you do remake it, just restart like completely from scratch, and you will make it better the second time. It's guaranteed you're gonna make it better the second time. Instead of using... I don't know. And there are some legitimate uses of the booleans here. Your crouch and your sprint are like super intertwined, right? You can't have one without the other. The ideal thing here is that you can just turn off crouch or turn off sprint and it shouldn't break the rest of your code. Right now it would. This is not a condemnation of what you're doing, but more something to focus on for a refactor, which would be to keep these two isolated. And we can probably rely on dispatcher. Do you know what a dispatcher is? By chance? Although you can do function and event calls in a sim. A dispatcher works very similarly to a function or event call. But they can be read by other sources as well. So you can come in the bottom left here and you see this event dispatchers down here. We might want to have a dispatcher on the player. Let's say player overlaps hazard.
Daddy.
We can then do a few things with this dispatcher. We can call, we can bind, we can assign. We can call this because we want to call this when the player begins overlapping with this hazard. We can then have other things listen to this dispatcher. So we could assign an event to occur on this, or multiple things. So up here in begin play, we might want to say bind event to player overlaps hazard. And we could then create an event from this or assign an existing one. And then this event is going to fire whenever the player overlaps a hazard. It's a nice way, if you do it internally, it's a nice way to kind of reduce some of the back and forth of your functions. But additionally, if we ever wanted to, we could also, let's give an example. Let's say in our sphere hazard, we might want to check if the player is doing this, or in the player's blueprint, we could also bind to this as well. So let's say we can create actor, spawn actor. And let's just say hazard box array. As long as you can get a reference to it, you can bind to it. We can then bind an event to, what did I call it? Bind event to player overlaps hazard. So in this, we can now bind an event in the sphere to an event that happens in the box. That probably sounds a bit confusing. But ideally, we want to separate the crouch and the sprint in a way that if the player, if you, the developer, wanted to remove one of those, you could disable it without impacting the other. So we might want to read some of the information of whether or not the player is currently crouching or not. Yeah, there's a lot of intertwining. I wish I could get better advice. But I'm not a very good programmer. He's got a bug mux with an infinite loop detected, or at least one with his crouching and sprinting. And we were trying to find exactly what's causing it, but we're unable to isolate it down to a single cause. An infinite loop from probably function calls. Referencing an event. Well, not function calls, I should say, specifically event calls. Referencing events in other events, and then having instances where those might send back to each other based on conditions. If you still want to try to get this working, though, I think that you could print string some of these booleans and see if they are getting set correctly. Because there might be a case where they're not getting set correctly, which is kind of triggering a whole bunch of things to hit that shouldn't be hitting. There is some there's some circular dependencies going on. It's still better than most people's first blueprints. I can say that with a guarantee. With the capsule check, our work is a little, or maybe not with capsule check, but with capsule hazard, our work is a little bit more difficult. Since the capsule can scale much longer, we dynamically find the player's proximity to the closest part of the capsule's core when running our damage tick. Debugged, you can see this core as a line, and the players and the closest point along that with the yellow dot. I'm gonna make that smaller. Box hazard should avoid the usage of proximity-based checks due to issues you can read about in the next section. Works for me. Now we need to copy these back into the blueprint and maybe add some comments, and then we need to make the gym area. Move the crush to the tab key so it's harder to press both at the same time. Hey, I can't knock it. I can't knock it. Ugh. Sometimes the solution is just preventing the player from doing the thing that they shouldn't be doing. Speaking of tab keys, I just hit tab and the game went slow-mo for me. I forgot that I still had that. Hey, I'll tell you what, I didn't start using timers by function name for many years when I first started using Unreal. And I just used it yesterday, actually. I just used a timer by function for tick effects. So, very useful stuff. Although seeing your code did remind me that I probably should register. I probably should register this to a variable. Put a gun in my head and tell me to add a sprint and crouch right now to a blueprint. You want to know a funny one that me and Rex, he's the 3D artist. We absolutely tore our hair out trying to do something that honestly sounds simple. Super simple. You have like a mesh, right? Where's a mesh? You have a mesh. And a mesh has bounds. As a box. And we wanted to draw a material that would only render the corners of those bounds. And so like mathematically, it wasn't too difficult to get those 8 points on that box. But when you rotated the box, I know, right? You're excited just thinking about it. When we rotated the mesh, it would just destroy how those points were being rendered. But I think the effect looks really cool when you're like picking up an item. You can see those points there or like on here. A cool little visualization for objects that you're looking at. My God, I missed the hole. Oh well. What are you gonna do? I give up. I tried to be cool. You know, it's like when you're in front of the lady that you find really attractive and you like try to do like something cool, but then you fail. Yeah, that was like that. I feel. Okay, hazard box. I probably could just add a lot of these to the config itself. What is this music? This is Octopath Traveler 1. Agnia the Dancer. That's her theme song. Great game, great music. Yasunori Nishiki. Okay, let's copy ID. My allowance. Source type. Damage type. Damage per tick. And proximity. That'll handle those ones. Then we need the extra hazard config, which will be in the base, and then the hazard config, which is also in the base. Oh yeah, but the hazard config is one structure, so we can't put... We'll just do this. Fine. Looks good to me, and then ticks to apply and remove on exit. And then we also have hazard data from table, hazard config, pulled from the data table row. Boolean to check if we're using raw hazard config or config from the data table. Current player proximity, the current normalized proximity of the player to the hazard volume. Then show proximity debug. Oh yeah, we didn't add that to this. We have to do that. I forgot about that. The show proximity debug. Enabling this will show debug visualization for where the player is, or for where the calculation for proximity is handled. This is especially helpful for capsule traces or debugging multiple overlapping hazards. Overridden by children, end player overlap, on end overlap, disable tick, and if B remove on exit set, remove the effect. On begin overlap, enable tick only if we intend to continuously apply the hazardous effect. This auto initializes from the tick itself, which is why we don't initialize here, unless it's a one-shot. Set the hazards config from a data table if valid. And then our event graph is nice and simple. Tick initialization of the effect only enabled if continuous. And turn on debug if set on children. When destroyed for whatever reason, make sure to remove the effect for the source. This is kind of redundant because we automatically do a validation check before ticking damage anyway, but hey, better safe than sorry, right? everything else there should be good. We should see all of the tooltips. Wonderful. Let me get a quick new image of this with the remove on exit and proximity debug. Although I swear I did that already. No, I didn't. There we go. Okay, on player overlap. Attempt to initialize the effect. Handle end overlap. Moving effect. My only thought is if we ever like move the player or teleport the player and don't trigger sweeps, we never actually handle that removal. I could add a layer of redundancy where we check in each hazard if the player is inside of it. And we can do a quick BPI call to remove invalid sources if the player is not inside. You know, I am going to do that. I am going to do that because that just sounds like a very easy, simple improvement to be safe. B is player overlapping. Pulling to control if the player is actively overlapping. Used in effects manager. Check source validity. I will put it on begin overlap too. But we actually need to do one additional thing with this. So we will... I'm going to set that here. My hope is that doing it at the end of this ensures that we initialize the effect before we do it, but it should be fine. It should be fine. And then end overlap. We will need to grab if this is removed on exit, though. We need to consider that. I can put it on destroyed too. Better safe than sorry. BPI. Get player overlap status, do a return, B is overlapping. That will need to be overridden in children. But I'm gonna return it here. Get overlapping actors. Class filter character. I don't want to do any character. Though, no, I don't want to do any character. I only want to do specifically our character. Is not empty. If we don't exist, then we shouldn't do the, then we aren't overlapping. Otherwise, get, do a validate. Like, okay, you think we exist, but do we actually exist? And that's basically it. Basically what we need to do. Sphere good, capsule. And then box, get overlap status. All right, and then in our BPC for tick effects, we can we should probably just put it on the remove invalid sources.
And if you, in fact, if you look, come to think of it, well, I got to look at this myself.
What do you see, Trump?
Wow. What a view.
I agree. Oh man, do I agree. Source actor is valid. Yeah, if it's valid, we then need to do get player overlap status. And only if we are not overlapping. Like just super extra redundancy just in case the player teleports within the hazard or something happens, we can invalidate that effect. Oh, also... Also, I just found a bug in this function while I was looking at it. Good thing I checked then. Oh, little baby effect. Okay. Checks if the player is actually overlapping with the collider. extra redundancy in case of teleports or non-sweeping movement. It'd be nice if there's a game engine with visual code editor, but you would first have to write all the code blocks from scratch in C or C++. Baby's first engine, and you just have to write everything. Draw a triangle. I hate that idea. I hate it so much that you are now pretend banned. I won't actually ban you, but you just have to pretend that you're banned. Yeah, don't use directly, only use children, and then we'll do children classes here. This looks good to me. This looks good.
Daddy.
Oh. Don't need this open. MVVM. Yes, I will set up comments on this. Yeah, overridden by children. That looks good. Hazard sphere. These should all be fine now. No. No, they're not. Proximity. Good player proximity. Gets player proximity by using capsule scale without hemispheres. I don't know what else to say about that. It is what it is. Calculates player proximity to center of sphere. And from the big boy table. Hey, if you're going to like a family get together, are you sitting at the adults table or the kids table? Like, let's be real. Which one do you think has better conversations? Oh, Steven. Have you seen the new episode of Grey's Anatomy? No, thank you. That's what I say. Only watch Emmerdale? What's Emmerdale? I only watch Boku no Pico, so... We'll see who responds to that one. We'll see who self-reports in chat. Drink my coffee before it gets cold. And remember fiber. What is that? Is that what happens at the adult table? It's the box's extents to calculate which sides are the longest. Which side is the longest? What is Emmerdale, though? Wouldn't use box proximity, but here's the code for it anyway. Beautiful. Never change. Okay, last but not least, the cap. Good enough to me. Four Nations? You guys sharing an inside joke? Old people shows? I think you know what, if we're talking about old people shows, I think the oldest show that I've ever watched, or like ever like actually watched a lot of, I should say, would probably be Twilight Zone. If we want to consider MASH old, also MASH. I hate that it probably is considered old. I watched more old movies than shows. I've seen a lot of old movies. That was a TV soap. It sounds like Days of Our Lives in the US. 61 seasons from 1965, 15,000 episodes. Every lady, every mom was watching that. And they would, you know, it's a soap opera, right? So they would just kill characters off and then they would come back later. I kind of love it. It's like anime for old moms. It's anime for moms. Soap operas are anime for moms. You have one in Finland too? How many episodes? First validate the effect source and number of ticks, just to weed out bad effect calls. What do we do after that? Add the new tick, or add the new effect to our array of effects. Oh yeah, we could say... Oh no. That's the wrong thing. Check if the effect already exists for that source and refresh it if so. If we found the source already existing, exit out. If no existing source of that of the same object found, add our new effect to the array. Wikipedia article is a little outdated, but it says 5,000 episodes. It's just One Piece. Are these not just One Piece? For moms? Would it air? Concealed Lives. It sounds like they tried to make like a, well, succeeded, I should say, in making a Days of Our Lives, but for Finland. Which, to be fair, I mean, if you're gonna copy any show, copying the show that successfully ran for 15,000 episodes is a pretty damn good call. The confused and stressed lives of couples of Salem City, their threads of love, affairs, secrets, and psychological problems make their life dramatic and stressful. Tell me if that's anything like your show in Finland. It's literally the same plot for all these. Yeah, you know what? Eh. I spot no lie. Double check if the source is valid. If not, quickly invalidate. Quickly remove invalid sources. Well, double check if the source is valid, and then also check if we actually have effects present. Loop through our effects to find the one we want to remove, and remove it. If successfully removed, call a dispatcher. City in the show is the Finnish capital, and they live in multi-story buildings. There's a local bar and, of course, hospital. Yeah, a local alcoholic, overly jolly accent using doctor with a lot of relationship drama with the boys. It's like if you know how if you like go home and you turn on your favorite YouTuber who makes a video every day, or like multiple, and you just kind of turn that on while doing whatever you're doing. I feel like this is the same thing. Like, nobody actually watched these shows. They had the show on as background noise while doing other things. If keys to other family homes. Oh, geez, that's going to cause a lot of... That might cause some problems, huh? Check if we have effects before trying to validate. If we successfully removed an item, call a dispatcher. I like too, Paxian, how you had to remind yourself what game we're making, even though you've been here like every day. You paid attention for 1 second on those shows, and it's actually good drama. It's actually not bad. Like, I can see why they ran for like Days of Our Lives was 60 seasons. It's because it's easy to get involved in these characters' drama, and just glue yourself to like who's fucking who and who's gonna die, you know, the jealousy, the intrigue. You wanted the text and threw it in AI, gonna generate a game with the text? Oh, wonderful, thank you. Genie 3 is gonna make the game, huh? If you do have access to Genie 3, I don't know, you can send me the video and see if it looks cool. Not that it's gonna do anything for me, but... It's slop. I'll consume the slop. Check if our source actor is still valid, and if so, check if the player is still overlapping. Either is false. Remove the effect. Yeah, you know, to me it's like Genie is just another way that we can, early on in pre-production for games, point to specific aspects of that generation and say, let's do this similar, let's do that, you know, in this way, plus this. It's really just, I don't think it's a bad thing, you know, although it is still dangerous because, as we remind ourselves, pre-production of a game is not just to determine how the game should look and feel, but also to see if you can make the game. It's, you know, you're also doing those technological checks. That's something that the AI still can't do. Build and initialize the MVVM. Setting up the listeners. Set the tick effect timer in motion. 5 ticks a second. And I think we already put, yeah, we already put comments here. So this should be good to go. MVVM just needs some comments on this, and then we're good to go for that. If not, exit. Loop through the number of effects we have up to a max of 5 total loops. We'll need refactoring to display more if we want. Sets the variables for use and then loops through or switches on index. For all indices that weren't included in the initial loop, loop through and set those elements to be invisible. Okay, documentation done, those are made. Let's make a small, or we could wait. We could either do like hazards and restoration stations as a whole gym setting. So what we could do then tomorrow is, because we need 5 hours tomorrow on the stream. Still have an hour left though. I could make it. I will make it. I'll make the hazards. But then tomorrow we have 5 hours of the stream that we need to keep clear to play Neo 3. I'm gonna replay the demo because I didn't record that. I played that at home, but I don't want the YouTube video to be lacking that initial playtime because it would be weird. So I'll just replay the demo from scratch, and then we can jump in on Friday morning to start where wherever we leave off in the demo. But we'll have like 2 hours to do that tomorrow, which should be more than enough. Game dev sucks and I'm burning my game with fire. Welcome, yeah, welcome to game dev. Yep. And at the very least, like, once a month, roughly, you should think about quitting game dev. You won't, but if you are an actual game dev, then that will be going through your head. Once a day. Yeah. I know that feeling. Gotta push through it though. Throwing your project in the bin and starting again. Hey, sometimes that is the best method. Sometimes it's like, you know what, this idea just was not as good as I thought it would be. So, next one. Most game ideas are not winners. Most of them are not winners. And a lot of your winner ideas are also ideas that you can't make at your current skill level. That's pretty real too. Where can we put this section? Where do we have an open space? We don't have an open space. Let's make an open space. There is a cube. Who put this cube here? Is there just a cube sitting out here? The hell? Okay. Okay, let's make a new data layer. Maps, platforming mechanic layers, platforming mechanics, hazards. Restoration. We'll include both of those. I don't think we need to make it very big, so we'll just copy this one. Remove, and then add these, or not these, but these 4 to hazards restoration. We'll copy this bad boy. Move him over. That's part of the base. Root data layer stays the same. This one is our new one. Hazards and restoration. And then we need to make a checkpoint too for that. CP test map. Hazards restoration. Epic's AI is failing you today? I'm too scared to try that. I tried to get it to say boobs and then it sounded like it had banned me permanently and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna mess with that anymore. For context behind that, if you tell it, if you like press the button, the AI button on a node, it can tell you to like explain this node. So I made a function called show boobs and I pressed the AI button because I wanted to have it explain show boobs. It didn't work. I saw nothing. I can say that with certainty. Hazards and restoration station. Hazards that drain the player's resources and the restoration stations restore them. Okay, so we should be able to poof to that. Nice. Aha. Although I don't think we do not need ramps here. We actually don't need ramps. I take it back. Those are completely unnecessary. But I will make... I'm gonna make some ground. With the darker color. You set up some audio scares? Uh-oh. I'm not playing your game then. I'm way too much of a pussy. No, it's really nothing personal. I cannot stand horror games. I watch people play horror games. I do not play horror games. I turn off horror games. One of my friends, he loves horror too. Absolutely loves horror games. I just can't. I can't play them. The last time I tried to play a horror game, unfortunately the developer was watching me do it. I turned on funky banjo music. I took two programs that laid over the top of the game and I put them on top of the screen to only show a sliver of the screen, and then I stared at the ground while moving around. So I could not see anything scary, I could not hear anything scary, and it was beautiful. And I think the developer absolutely hated watching me do that. I didn't want to play it. Chat made me play it. Yeah, I think, yeah, you know, if it's like, if it's my own game, it would be different. I can't play other people's horror games. Let me go to the bathroom. Alright, I drink so much soda. Okay. We need to step the player, not the player. We need to step through these hazards. I think they're rather self-explanatory. Let's grab a text render. Remove. Hazards in 3 primitive volumes. Box, or let's do sphere, capsule. I realized I probably should have done it the other way. How's it going, C-Spawn? You saw the Minecraft DLC, yeah. What did you think? As an African American man, what'd you think of what'd you think? I do like Resident Evil. I do like Resident Evil. I can kind of play Resident Evil. It depends on which one, though. Because some of them are a lot more scary than others. At least to me. I'm not supposed to think they did that for me. Do you feel like that happens a lot with your culture and ethnicity, C-Spawn? There's a lot for everyone. Yeah, that's true. You know when I think one character is horror, other is action? Yeah, they're going back to like the old school method of doing it. And they're bringing Leon back. Because I think with like Resident Evil 2, you had Leon and Ada. I gotta go. Yeah, take care, man. Sorry that I couldn't directly fix your bug. I do hope you find the solution to that. Now these shouldn't actually apply hazards. These are just the volumes themselves. Propaganda when you don't like it and facts when you agree. Tired of being angry. Yeah. 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 Ain't that the truth? It would kind of be better if it was longer. I don't know. Get made it first. Like, I mean, I really like talking about politics with people, and especially just talking about difficult subjects. But I was talking to my wife yesterday, and I just said, seriously answer me. Is it more enjoyable and productive to talk politics with an AI versus most humans? The answer might shock you. Deal damage to health, ablative, and hydrogen. What did you say when people put on a veneer of morality? But a lot of people do that, don't they? Where they act like they have the moral high ground. But then when you ask them to define what is moral, I think in many cases it's just their opinion of what's moral. And they always think that I'm on the right side of history. I like that one. I like that one. That one's a funny one. It's like, you're on the wrong side of history. I will say, Paxian, I talked to Grok with some of those things, and I don't feel as if it appeases me in most cases, but there might be some cases where it does, and I think that there might be other models that do. Good people are also bad. Well, do you think morality has a like an inherent good and bad? I don't think so. Okay, I mean, I agree with you. Do you think then, there's no right or wrong answer to any of this, but do you think that there are some morals or ethics that do seem to have more positive consequences than others along that same moral spectrum. For instance, we should always kill people, we should never kill people are the extreme ends of that. Do you think that one of the, somewhere along that spectrum, there is like a perfect point that we could define? You're using LM Studio? Based. Of course, but then again, my opinions are subjective. I don't operate as if they're facts. And you're right, I think a lot of people do that. I don't like watching Asmon's political streams. I much prefer when he plays games. He was playing something recently with McConnell, and it was just like, dude, this is what he should be doing. This is way more funny and entertaining. All depends on perspective, but even those who vote to always kill people will have to limit themselves or they run out of people to kill. Well, I think I think something similar could be said for the opposite side too. You opened the stream at a very strange moment. Why are we talking about? We're talking about like moral subjectivity and how some people treat their morals as objective truth and fact, and take the moral high ground based on their morals. Personally, as fucked up as slavery is, I know my life as a descendant of American slaves is better than if they had never been enslaved. Hard pill to swallow. That's a tough one. That's a fun one to jump into. But I think that is one of those interesting topics that it's not saying that it's good, and it's not justifying it as an action. And more just like, was this outcome, even though the method for achieving the outcome was not something that should be done, because there's a million ways to improve people's lives, and I think enslaving them is not really the proper method to get first foot on. I want to live in Nigeria, now they do all the people who hate white people. No, I think that there are objective reasons why living in Nigeria has downsides compared to living in country A has objective upsides and downsides compared to living in country B. I think that's true. Yeah, Haitians don't want to live in Haiti. Though wanting to live and feeling as if it's your home, I think, are two different things. I wouldn't want to live in San Francisco, but there's no denying that certain aspects of that American city make me feel more comfortable and at home than living here in Poland. Live in Finland? I don't know if I've ever met a Finnish person in real life, but they seem pretty cool. Come to US, shit on the US, and scream about how they're provided. What do you mean provided? What do we hate? Well, I think people should celebrate their culture and proud. I think people should celebrate and be happy of their heritage. That doesn't mean that you are saying that your country, it's not like a supremacist take, or you're saying that you think you're better, but more just like, I'm proud to be X. I think that's a good thing, and like sharing cultural traditions or sharing, food from your country with other people. There was a really good, I don't know if you saw us playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, but there was a character in that called Musa, who was a Muslim in Europe. And I found him to be a really interesting character because he would share a lot of customs and traditions, and he would talk about the comparisons of living in medieval Europe versus where he came from. And he had this, he was working for this other character, one of the European natives. Well, maybe we shouldn't use the term native, but he was working for one, and they would have these really cool conversations of just talking about what they thought was better about where they came from, but in a way that was not like hateful. More just like, in my country we do things differently. We do this, this, and this, and I think that is better, although this thing from this country is better than where I come from. Can you imagine a conversation like that nowadays? Where two people from different countries just openly talk about the differences between their cultures in a non-hateful way. I can tell you, living in Europe as an American, my God, people fucking hate Americans in America. And I'm not saying it's perfect, but Jesus Christ, pretty wild. Your color's blue, but my neck is red. I've been working like a dog just to keep my family fed, living off energy drinks, Marlboro Red. Swear this gas station food is gonna cause my death. I used to get, in Wisconsin, I used to get 5 for $10 thin crust pizzas at the gas station. They were actually good pizzas too, but I mean, how can you beat the price of $2 for a pizza? I doubt that they're the same price these days. Inflation. On the other hand, though, there are actual people who are just evil. Yeah, there are. There are. Unfortunately, there are very, very bad people. Okay, we'll do solar ablative. Continuously remove on exit. 5 ticks. I might stay a little bit longer on the stream today to get this. I don't like leaving this unfinished. And I like this conversation too, it's pretty fun. I like talking with you guys about it. I mean, I think that like people in the EU generally think pretty poorly of Americans, and people in America generally think pretty poorly of Europeans. I don't know, it's silly. You're European, I don't hate Americans. There are a lot of nice Americans that I know, just because some are bad won't make me. Well, I think too that if all you get is like news from one or a few really shitty cities, and for sure I can tell you the international news that you see about the US is primarily almost overwhelmingly negative. It's hard not to form your opinions about what you hear rather than what you see, but then you know, you visit the US, and I think that people who visit the US generally come out better than what they saw in the news before going. But also where you visit matters. You know, you go to bumfuck Ohio, I think you'll have a better experience than going to, you know, Chicago or something. But it just depends. Also, I'm not a big fan of cities anyway, so that's my own bias creeping in. Culture clips is all they talk and dress like us. I don't think that's always true, and I think a lot of non-native English speakers learn English from British English. That's perfect. But they all knew Captain America. Okay, well this is true. There is a lot of American cultural influence. This is true. You don't think people in EU hate Americans just as spies, which is a bit different? Mostly due to how different these two cultures are, but now we have a situation with social media where there is no middle ground. We either love or hate people, have no option or nuanced opinion is seen as bad. Yeah, I think that's a better way of putting it. They have Harry Potter and that's it. No, there's a lot of influence, but it's very similar to like the US, where in the US, when you're in the US, you travel a good distance and you're still in the US. I think it's similar to where you're in Europe and you travel a distance and you're still in Europe. And there is very different culture and there's a lot of hatred and rivalries and ancient history between nations in Europe. So it's not like this is one big family, Jesus Christ, happy family. That's a better way to say it. But I think there's just a disconnect. Obviously, because there's a massive ocean between these two areas of the world, and there's a massive difference between the history between them. I think once if you're European and you visit the U.S. and you're an American and you visit Europe, there's gonna be a lot that makes sense and a lot of thoughts or hatreds or despising that disappears. Maybe not all of it. And you might come out of it saying, well, I like A, B, and C about America more, but D, E, and F about Europe are better. There really is like a good middle ground to meet between some of the ways that Europe regulates and protects and some of the ways that the US deregulates and promotes. But expecting those two things to ever find a happy middle ground is probably impossible. Yeah, I mean, in Europe, there aren't really a whole lot of proprietary Europe tech replacements to American tech, and a lot of the countries know this, and they really wish that there were European answers for a lot of the big tech companies. There's like an old adage where America innovates, Europe regulates, China steals. And it's kind of true. It's just like the way that the money gets spent. But after living in Poland for nearly 10 years now, I can say that there are some things about Poland versus the US that I absolutely... And there are some things about the US that I prefer. If you ask me which country I would prefer to live in, I don't know if I could choose, because I think I could be happy in either. There are just a lot of circumstances that I think would alter it more than just the country I'm living in. That makes sense. Things ran in the same way, just a different format how it's ran. There is a lot of similarities between stupid politicians and stupid laws and decisions. I don't think any country has a monopoly on that. What do we want to talk about next with these? Probably damage per tick. Controllable damage per tick. Corporate capitalism in the US versus social capitalism in the EU both make one area of life better while sacrificing something else. Yeah, there's a lot of greed and cronyism in US capitalism. So I do think capitalism is generally quite positive, or can be. But similar to most hierarchies, I think it rewards those who are willing to bend the rules, which kind of creates the negative. It works if you can trust. I think like most economic or political structures, it works if you can trust the people that are operating within it. I can't trust the people operating within it. I really cannot, so that's my thoughts at least. Minus 0.2% per tick, 1% a second. We can do minus 1% per tick, minus 5% a second. Make sure that works. Yep, looks good. Someone should monopolize stupidity so everyone else are forced to be smart. If we're all stupid, then nobody is. Need more regulations like cookies? What do you mean, like people eating cookies? Like getting fat? Data should be protected? Yeah. Yes. I can agree with that one. Government mandated cookie break. Okay, application type. Oh yeah, we can do the one shot. Oops. Humanity would be better off without Twitter. Okay, do you prefer Twitter or Blue Sky? I've had much better time on Twitter, but I very carefully control my feed. I unfollow extremists and I make sure to only like and interact with posts about like game dev or like memes, nature, animals. So that's all that I see in my feed. I don't really see any like the nasty stuff. Perform continuous or one shot effect. Shows my based algorithm. It depends on if I've interacted with anything recently. Oh, I have gay memes too, because my wife likes likes gay stuff. I can show it to you. I was just checking if there was anything bad in here. I have Dunkin' Egg memes, because I've been liking those. Game dev stuff. Polish memes. Some free Ren. This one, which I won't interact with, so that one should disappear. Couple of political stuff, more Dunkin' Egg. I follow this guy, he's developer. But it's not bad. I think my algorithm is pretty chill. I've clicked on some Epstein stuff recently, so I'm getting some of that. Yeah. I don't really get anything bad, and if I do, I just don't interact with it. And I will gladly unfollow anyone who is stream. Fuck any For You feed. I don't mind the For You feed. My wife was having the same problem on like Facebook, and I told her, okay, here's the meme accounts. Here's the anime accounts. Only interact with these. If you click on one, that's interaction. If you like it, that's way more interaction. Make sure you only like and comment on the things you actually want to see more of. Ignore or tell Twitter to not show you the things you don't want. Both push for people to construct opinions on everything at all times, which is bad and easy to exploit. It is, yeah, you're right. I think you're right. It is very easy to exploit. You can manage these feeds, I think, quite well if you are conscious of it. But I think that there are a lot of people that doom scroll unconsciously. So maybe my experience would be pretty similar on both sites. Just depends on what I'm trying to look for. Try walking in and out. Solar, ablative, 1 damage. Or we'll do like 50 ticks, but we'll do really low amount. That'll work. You don't get any For You feed because you don't sign up to anything. The only thing I have is Twitter. I don't have Instagram or TikTok or Facebook. No Blue Sky. Oh, the Instagram is that it opens on the For You stuff, unlike Twitter where it will stay on following. Oh, so when you open up Instagram, it will automatically change you to that For You. It's like they're deliberately trying to get you to engage with things that you... Yeah, they know what they're doing. Oh, you know what? I made a mistake. In our effects... If the player is not standing inside there, we want to continue... We want to continue running that. I made a mistake. It's probably in here. What is the function that we need to grab here? I don't think we have a call for it. API call. It's the remove on exit. Easy to set up. KYS is a very interesting name for a folder. You are not the first person to mention that. Okay, so we originally were going to make more of like a meme game with a very, very meme edgy title called Go Kill Yourself. That's the name of the game. That was going to be the name of the game. We did change it, but I didn't change the folder name. Because I didn't think Steam would allow us to release a title of that name. I will eventually change it. Okay, I'll eventually change it. It was a... No, it was not a call to action. Except for Epstein. Yeah. Instagram hides it too? Oh geez. You like when it's personalized exactly because you don't want new stuff. I think that's a very healthy usage. But I imagine that you're probably in the minority for people using it like that. I mean, I'm gonna say it. You're already in a minority. Okay. Alright, you can get upset. I made the joke. Haha, ha ha ha. He's an African American. He... What a stupid joke. That's true, yeah, that's true. That's true, there's probably a lot more non-white people in the world. I don't know what shade you are, though. Can I say that? Is that a legal thing to say? MLK shade. What shade was MLK? Thanks for the black and white image. There weren't that many pictures of him in color, were there? I never thought about that. Is it fair to say that this is just like average? Like I wouldn't say that he's like lighter brown, but he's also not dark brown. He's just kind of average. Curiosity shouldn't be punished if it's not done with intent to hurt. Well, that's why I like having you around. Because unfortunately there would be people that get upset with that. Let's see if this fixes the problem. Oh yeah, we're good. Is that doing 5%? I'm gonna increase that a little bit. I think it is doing 5%. Boost it up. More ticks. Okay, can perform continuous and one shot. We have proximity base that we need to explain.
Mr. President.
Can also allow for
Wake up.
removal on exit. Best skipped with one shot. Pensions are kind of mad. Manslaughter exists. You know, it's like the free run meme. That she likes killing demons. It's like, how is it a hate crime if I enjoy doing it?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
No, don't clip that out of context. If you clip that without me talking about free rent beforehand, okay? You're in for a world of pain. Yeah, let's go into the proximity. We need some more space to show the proximity anyway with the debug. I'm watching the Duncan shit. You're not supporting. Are you just upset that he hasn't finished Winds of Winter yet, or what is it? Because I really do like the Tales of Dunk and Egg. I think it's a really, really good set of books. And so far the adaptation has been great. Super, super faithful. Yeah, it's been like 15 years. The dude finds every reason not to finish that book. I think he's more excited about writing 12 more novellas of Dunk and Egg than finishing Winds of Winter. And perform proximity-based damage. Best to skip proximity checks with boxes for obvious. So, me and my wife, we think that he has just written such a complex story that he cannot manage all the different storylines anymore. Like, he's literally just, and it's not that what he's written is bad, but more just, there are so many moving plot lines and characters and all their intentions that I don't think he has the ability to finish it. He made it too complex. You don't buy into it? I mean, how many chapters has he released for Winds of Winter? He's written 9 chapters. Or I guess some are partial. 1, 2, 3. He's got some, and then this is a partial one. From a transcript. And then this is from a transcript of a reading. He's just lazy. How many, like every single year, he's like the groundhog, you know, Punxsutawney Phil, where it's just, every year he's like, I really gotta get back to writing that, and he never does it. You don't do shit. Okay, this will be solar health. Generic radiation ablative. We'll do toxic gas for health. They're just examples anyway. Fire for the hydrogen. And these are proximity based. 6 to apply, 5. Think about actions that lead to death in the real world. Only about learning things, because how can you learn about unfamiliar or uncomfortable topics without asking such questions? No, I completely agree with that. I think we need to normalize not only just being wrong, but switching opinion is also one that I notice is very much, you're not supposed to flip-flop or change your opinion. It's seen as a bad thing. I don't like that at all, especially for politicians. Willful ignorance, I believe, should to some extent be seen as a negative thing, but I don't believe unwillful ignorance is a bad thing. I need to increase the damage that those do. Epstein was curious, doesn't make it unpunishable with intent to not hurt in his mind? Huh? Nani? Okay, that looks pretty good. And lastly, we can talk about the spline, or not spline IDs, the hazard IDs. Yeah, I think what we're saying with this is that intention matters when it comes to the things you say, or about like what you're trying to learn. You know, it's like a kid just openly asking why somebody's skin is darker than theirs, or why somebody's skin is lighter than theirs, right? You know, it's purely from ignorance born out of curiosity and complete lack of knowledge, not because they believe something is better or worse. It's like asking why the sky is blue. And I think that there's a lot of curiosity and wonderment about different cultures, especially like when you're trying to learn about a culture, you might ask why they do something that you think is weird. And of course, depending on the way that you say it, I think there could be a different intention, but it's more just, why do people of the Hindu faith have the little dots on their head? You know, that's a thing that might sound like it's improper to ask, but I think that anybody who is Hindu would probably tell you without, they wouldn't assume that this is malice or that there's malicious intent behind it. Because it's American culture. I think that goes back to like something that we talked about earlier, which is that people like to discuss things and have opinions without thing good, thing bad. That's it. I mean, as an American, I can tell you, I don't like it any either. I don't like it any more than you do when people are mindlessly trashing on Americans. I think there are definitely things to criticize, 100%. But that's the truth with any culture, any religion, any belief, any ideology, any political party, anything human. If to err is to human, then I think that there is factual error in everything that human. or objective error, and a lot of subjective ways to interpret or perceive those. Supports ID-based overlapping of hazard volume to prevent multiple, or it's not really prevent, but it's more to enable using multiple volumes to apply a single effect. And we can actually show that with all three of these shapes. Oh, and we should also put too that if it is if they are proximity based, we check all hazard volumes and take the greatest or the closest proximity. We'll make these and we'll share the data between. A solar ablative -1%, proximity based, continuous, remove on exit, ID, test map hazard. Yeah, that should work. And then we'll show the debug for that. Oh, I didn't set it to 1 per ID though. Can't forget that. Now it'll work as intended. Oh, I hate the way that the box count. I'm not gonna use the box. Fuck the box. It does not look like it's doing one per idea, or maybe it's just because we're near the center. We can slow it down. At least a test. Just to make sure that it's working the way we want it. We'll slow it down to 1 per second. Yeah. That looks correct. And we're taking whatever the closest proximity of the 3 yellow dots is. Good to me. I'm pretty happy with that then. And then tomorrow we can just take whatever time early in the morning to build the restoration stations. Those are supposed to go here too, although I don't know where, but maybe we can make like a little central area here for the restoration that the player can use while they're exploring this little section. Those are so self-explanatory that I don't think we need to do anything crazy. They will literally just be things you go up, you interact, and you get your shit back. Good enough. Okay. I mean, I was intending to get to the restoration stations today, but it took us a little bit longer to write up documentation, add in some extra stuff too, but I'm okay with that. Tomorrow what we will do is add restoration stations, which should really just be a breeze of a job. And then play the Neo 3 demo. And we're going to play the whole thing. It's about 5 hours long. In preparation for starting Neo 3 on Friday. That's the plan. See here. It should be available to us. It comes out on Thursday, but it comes out, or no, it comes out on Friday, but like early in the morning. So it'll be available for us when we pick up. We'll be playing that on PC. I need to get my capture card unhooked. I'm going to move my streaming setup over to my main computer here so that we don't get audio issues. And we'll be playing that for about a week. And then jump back into development. And if we need to finish it up, we're going to finish it up on some weekend streams, some smaller stuff. I don't want to get too bogged down and play that forever. But we're at a good stopping point because we are way ahead of schedule and we're already jumping into first playable too, so stuff that's not even set to be due until the end of March. So it looks good. Yeah, Hope We Can Neo 3. I wasn't planning to play that, but I played the demo and I love it. It's so good. So, fuck it. You know, if we don't finish it, it is what it is. I'll finish it off screen. We'll just see who's watching it. It will be with the Japanese voice acting, because I cannot play a game like that with English voice acting. But it's got some pretty big names. Got some pretty big names from, I know from. Should be fun. And if you've never played Neo 1 or 2, you're going to see the gameplay. It's very fast paced, but it's really responsive. I like the switching between the different styles. Good stuff. And then the week after that, so we're going to finish up this tomorrow. But then the week after Neo 3, we're gonna play we're gonna implement the custom gameplay camera. I'm gonna circle back to the camera. Rex is continuing to work on meshing, making good progress on that, and we're just gonna tackle this camera for 1 to 2 weeks. I don't know how long it'll take. We're gonna do it because I hate our current camera. We don't really need anything too crazy either, but we might start by writing up a document. We're going to use the new gameplay camera system, and we need to have 2 primary modes. So the first one is going to look a lot like this. No really big issue here, right? Though I think we do need a little bit of vertical lag on it, because when you climb, you see how it snaps? It's partially an issue with the way that the animation happens, but also partially an issue with the way that the camera works. And a little bit of lag would help. Why Bounty? Thank you for the follow. Happy Wednesday. The second thing that needs to happen is when you go up to a wall, just like you see here, it centers on your shoulder. So that we will want to recreate too. It's just, you know, third-person cameras in enclosed spaces are really, really tough. The third thing is when you are crouched, we go into this first-person camera mode. I like it. I don't really like the placement and how we're... And it gets a bit clippy sometimes. It's not horrible right now, but it's not great. Thinking about the exact scales your blockout now instead? Nice. That's perfect. I mean, if the scale of like the facility would be better to handle at a different scale than what I made, let's talk about that. Because a lot of the other stuff can be scaled down, but we might want some standardization for building blocks. And if we only want, you know, if we want to expand the size of the beautiful corner, we can do it. Like how the TPP to FPP transitions done in Metal Gear Solid V, one of the best examples of this. That's exactly the inspiration that I had. Because I was trying to think of the game that I had played relatively recently, but I played like 200 hours of that game. And it was really nice. It was a really brilliant solution to third person going to first person. It's okay if you don't move the camera, but you know, we're hiding half the player's body. And we had to move the camera like down a lot. It doesn't look very good. And it's not really a good solution. I don't know. We gotta think about it. We gotta write down what we want to do with that. But we're gonna take a 1 week break, play Neo 3, and then we're jumping right back into that. But hazards are done. Hazards and our effect map. So this has been a very good couple set of days. Okay, where are my pending changes? Fully functional hazards, effect manager, and mechanic level setup for showcasing them. And restoration stations will be super fast. Oh, functional hazards, effect manager, effect widget. Running with an MVVM and mechanic level set for sure. Perfect. Let's merge that to main. Merging hazards to main. And Rex, you could probably pull the newest main branch that I just did to your branch. I don't think there would be any. No, there's no conflict, so it should be pretty easy. You should not have any issues unless something you touched today and haven't put in yet would conflict, but I doubt that it would. Ooh. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow for more Redlock and then Neo 3 demo. I have nothing else to say. Thanks for the chats today. Thanks for keeping me entertained and thoughtful while I was doing some pretty kind of boring, bland stuff. But it was a lot of fun. And I think the game is making some progress. We finally have some like resources and hazards in the game. And it was all done this week. We can get those implemented throughout the level too, depending on how fast it takes to make the resource restoration stations. We could probably place some of these hazards around the level tomorrow, I would think, with restoration stations. We're not going to implement any sort of like death mechanics yet, but this will just be like the start to managing them and seeing them in game. All right, guys, have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. Stay wonderful. Thank you for the follows today, and thank you. It was nice meeting some new people. It was nice having some nice chats. I love that about this channel. It's just nice to be able to have some fun and broach sensitive topics without being, crazy people about it. The breath of fresh air. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Redlock, Neo, and then Friday, we're doing full Neo 3 up until the following Friday. So if you don't want spoilers for that, or you're not very interested, you can have a week break from me and my antics and my ranting. And then we're back on February 16th with more development. So bye-bye, guys. Have a nice rest of your Wednesday. See you tomorrow. Cheers. Blah, 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 blah.